Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Autumn Games Job Fair. I hope you can hear and see me. I see that you are joining. Fantastic to see many of you here. So, my name is Oleg, and I'm your host for today. I see the comments are coming. Yes, please tell me that you can hear me and see me. Yes, nice. So, with no further ado, let me tell you what's up for today as a first presentation. Some of you know me. Those that don't know me, I'm Oleg Pali. I'm CEO and founder of Games Factory Talents. And I realized that today, 6 years ago, we organized the first Games Job Fair. So it's been 6 years, day to day, in November. What I do is that I help European game studios find tech and game development talent. Before starting these companies, I worked as a software developer and a project manager for Nokia. I also wrote code. I think this what makes me a good recruiter today. I love playing strategy games. Europa Universalis and Age of Empires are top of my ranks, and something interesting I'm working on. There's been a lot of requests, so I'm working on a course how to land a job in the industry. But with no further ado, as a company, we do direct recruitment, we organize game job fairs, and we run the first games industry talent board. Right now, it's a pilot phase mainly for the seniors, and we have been nominated as the best games industry recruitment agency. So, what's up today? I want to let you know that all the presentations will be streamed here. Talks and reviews. We will talk about reviews and how to help you get the job in the games industry. Q&A with the studios will be on Discord. So if you're listening and hearing me and can take a picture, you need to be on Discord to get the most out of this event. Q&A and chat with the speakers will be happening on Discord after their sessions if we don't have much time to get them here. There will be separate chats for Yousician, Metacore, and HypeHype, the sponsors of the events. And I also want to pay your attention to the open jobs. So Yousician jobs, Metacore jobs, you see those channels on Discord. Once again, there's a QR code. Please use it, please scan it, and let's please scan it, be on Discord to be able to reach out and have a conversation with the companies, and let's connect. We run a monthly newsletter, Games Factory Talents, on our LinkedIn. You can join, you can click it, you can be part of it. LinkedIn, YouTube, we have a lot of videos in there, and Discord. This is where you can reach us. And my name is Oleg. Please follow me or connect me on LinkedIn. Just write the message there that just write the message there that you met me at the event so that I can accept your invitation. This is it. We'll continue with the program and our next speaker. So please stay tuned. Liz, can you hear me?
Yes, I do. How's it going, man?
It's going good. Thank you, Liz, for being with us here. Please, everyone, welcome Liz. Liz, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Oleg, thanks for having Yousician here as a returning guest and speaker. It's always a pleasure to be at the Games Factory events. I think such a needed event for everybody, not just the talent that is here at Yousician in the industry of games, but also in Helsinki and abroad. So I'm thrilled to introduce to you Yousician and share with you how we're transforming music learning worldwide. We're on a mission to make the world a more musical place. and bridge what we call the musicality divide. To make sure to kind of like give a little bit of an understanding of what the musicality divide is, and kind of like perhaps the seed that started it all, looking at the slide that you can see here, based on research, kind of like understood that over 80% of people say that they would or they thought about learning an instrument at some point in their lives. But while many have the desire, not only a fraction take the leap, as you can see from the slide here. That's where we come in. Our goal is to make playing an instrument accessible, affordable, and most importantly, enjoyable. We aim to help people turn this kind of like, someday I'd like to learn, into a passion and pursue that and gain as a skill they master. And we do that through two of our products. So we've created like flagship products that make learning music simple and available to everyone, everywhere. Yousician and Guitar Tuna are two of the products that I'm talking about here. I'm going to be presenting a bit more about it throughout the presentation here. So Yousician, interactive learning platform, offers lessons for guitar, bass, ukulele, piano, and even singing. Designed by real music teachers, and it provides this real-time feedback for users to be able to practice and learn at their own pace, and kind of like a platform that guides you guides you through the journey of learning an instrument or music. Whether somebody is a beginner or an experienced musician looking to refine their skills, so the lessons that we have here are approachable and fun. We sit at this intersection of game, entertainment, music industry. Our product showcases that. While it is a very thorough and meticulous learning path that you can take, it offers a lot of customization, a lot of paths for people to take their own learning into their own hands, basically, and make it available for any time that you want. Then we have Guitar Tuna, the world's most popular tuning application. With over around 140 million downloads worldwide, we boast 25 million users in both of our products. So Guitar Tuna supports tuning for 15 different instruments, including custom tunings for those that you want to kind of like experience or experiment with new sounds, perhaps. We feel that like musicians around the world trust Guitar Tuna for the ease of use that it gives, as well as kind of like it became this kind of like go-to tool for tuning on the go when you don't have like those clip-on tuners. So besides the tuning, users can also explore thousands of different songs that we have by top artists. We license all of our music from publishing houses, and we currently have more than 10,000 different songs, popular songs that we have within the applications. So you can choose from simplified original versions of those songs and play at your own pace. As the application syncs with your playing, kind of like with Smart Scroll feature, it follows your playing. Within the app, there are fun and interesting ways of kind of like mini games that you can use to try out, even if you don't have a guitar. Perhaps if there's like a chord practice that you can do or something. So like something that keeps people engaged throughout the time or throughout their journey into learning a new instrument. Perhaps I can try and like do a demo. Let's see if this works out. So I guess I gotta like share my screen with another part of the tab. Let me know. Do you guys see this headstock? I guess you do. I hope so. And I hope you can hear me well, because it's time for a demo. And if demo effects are true, let's see if that's going to hold true with me today. So as a musician, fun fact is we have instruments in almost every meeting room. And I think that doesn't really help. It doesn't really help when you're perhaps, how can I say, trying to start a meeting on time, because people can get carried away playing the guitars that are on each of the meeting rooms. But to do the demo, let's start with this. So you have a guitar, you have Guitar Tuna opened, and what's left is to tune your instrument. So our proprietary technology understands what type of string you're playing, even chords when you go a bit deeper. But for this purpose, I'm just going to be presenting the Guitar Tuna as a tuning application at first. So imagine I'm playing the first one chord, one string here. It gives you a thing of saying, or a prompt saying, tune up. So you have go to the headstock and you tune up. One string is done. I want to try the other string. I don't have to touch anything here. I can just continue. It understands when it's in tune. Again, with the next string. And the other. Oh, that's in tune. And then. And the last one. So with this, it just shows how Guitar Tuna uses its preparatory technology to help people tune. Let's continue the presentation. And I took from your sense that I should share it in full screen. Is it full screen now? I believe so. But to continue, I did a demo on Guitar Tuna, and I see a few people used Guitar Tuna. That's always great to hear. But to showcase Yousician, I want to kind of like go a bit up the notch. Who better to explain what Yousician is all about than the masters themselves? Something that kind of like makes us all proud here, especially the metalheads in the office, which probably makes up about 80% of the people here. So please, hope the sound works.
So, you want to play like Metallica?
The best way to play like us is to play with us. In this Yousician course, you'll learn our most recognizable riffs.
The riff is the basis for the song. I've always been infatuated with rhythm, syncopation. I basically play drums on a guitar. Probably the most important thing is the down picking. If you're going like this and you're doing it like, it doesn't sound as good. It just doesn't.
The very first scale that most people learn is the pentatonic box. Keep your hand movement at a minimum.
You'll learn how to play Metallica songs the way we play them.
Nothing else matters. Fade to black.
The real way to play Master of Puppets.
Enter Sandman.
The Unforgiven.
We're going to play them together on Yousician.
Actually.
Are you ready? Get Yousician and let's play.
So I hope this was kind of like firing you up to try Yousician perhaps. And I see some of the comments here saying like, yeah, Guitar Hero X Yousician. I would say Yousician X Metallica perhaps. It was interesting to see how the band was trying the application as well. And most often than not, they had like a lot of errors there. So, you know, you can see that like perhaps we're a bit full of ourselves saying that we know better how Master of Puppets is played than them. No, that's a joke, but nevertheless, let's talk about the products themselves. So after the demo, you can come like, perhaps are interested in what's under the hood. So Yousician we are as much of a tech company as we are a music company. Our products are powered by a tech stack that kind of like is designed to deliver a seamless experience for millions of users worldwide, from like all parts of the world. It has to go real time. It has to have like immediate feedback and so forth. So app development, we use Unity and C#, enabling us to deliver kind of like a smooth and consistent user experience. Our backend is built with Python and MongoDB, which kind of like allows us flexibility and scalability when we're growing. We host AWS, so using Kubernetes, ensuring that kind of like our infrastructure is ready to support kind of like a global user base. And we also implemented this Agro CD for continuous integration and deployment, which kind of like allows us to release updates and improvements quickly and effectively when it comes to that. When we kind of like think about like how our work goes, we can kind of like see about the workflow here. So on one side, like the advanced tech and R&D department really kind of like goes beyond the standards of or beyond the standard tooling that you have for most apps in gaming even perhaps. So one of our core innovations is like this real-time audio recognition, which kind of provides an instant feedback as users play, helping them improve with each note. As you saw with kind of like perhaps from the demo that I showed on the tuning, how it kind of like understands each string that you're playing, what notes they are. It also understands what chords you're playing, so it can go kind of branch out into a lot of complexities there, especially for anybody that is well versed in playing guitar. You can know how many different types of notes you can play and chords and so forth. So imagine all the learning lessons. So from level 1, when you can see like only a few notes there, to level 8 perhaps when it's like full of different notes. You can really check that out when you want to try the product. The feature makes learning users feel almost kind of like as having this personal music coach, encouraging like users to stay engaged, keep improving, and of course the gamification elements that we added kind of like make that engagement more worthwhile while people are staying in the app and in the product. We use machine learning to analyze each user's progress, and we personalize their learning journey. So it can be like if somebody is 3-starring, Master of Puppets, like for the 10th time, maybe we understand that like, okay, this person is, wanting to play something, heavy metal, or is it like the, note combinations, or is it like, the rhythm or the genre in itself? So you can kind of like, introduce those type of songs at a level that they are at to help with their learning, but also make it fun for them. When we think about like the ways of working, so we do work with sprints. So 1 week sprints where we kind of like define goals and with Jira and Figma and so forth. Moving forward, kind of like we do have this 50% of working, so 50% of the time being at the office and the other 50% of the time having the possibility of working remote. We can talk a little bit about the ways of working at the next slides that we see. Then kind of like bi-weekly app updates and so forth. So like very like quite standard product type of company workflow and workways that we have. A little bit about our team. So Yousician is home to 120 band members, if I would call them. And I call them band members because I have one more video to show you in the end, and you might understand why I call them band members. But yeah, 30 different nationalities, all contribute to kind of like this inclusive and global nature that we have, that also spans across the amount of users that we have, right? So this last year alone, we've welcomed more than 23 new talents to our team. Now, currently, we host around 25 million users worldwide, as I mentioned, which makes around 60 million euros in annual revenue. So it's kind of like just shows that like we're not just making impact in the music world, but we kind of like feel that we are a tech company that has real reach and influence. So when you join Yousician, you see the impact of the work that you have firsthand, reaching the users around the world. And going into like something that like I feel embodies our mission most is that it is reflected within the interests of everybody at Yousician, perhaps, or the majority of people here, but also in the way that our work environment is laid out. So we have a recording studio at the office that you can use for personal use as well. A stage we can kind of like jump in and play plenty of instruments for team members to enjoy, from a grand piano to a pianino to, as I said, guitars in each meeting room. We even provide like budget for anybody who joins Yousician to kind of like purchase an instrument of their choice, to kind of like either help with picking up an instrument for the first time, so that you can kind of like feel at home here. We always say that you don't have to be a musician to join Yousician, but you for sure will get converted. But talking about our culture, kind of like a slow introduction here, is that like, well, one thing that I want to like emphasize, and being an international expat myself, is that like we know that relocation can be a big decision, so we make it as smooth as possible, assisting with everything from visas, flights, finding your first home in Finland. So for everybody that is outside of Finland watching this, feel free to know that like we do hire from all around the world. We offer Finnish lessons to help settle and connect as well within the local culture. And in the true spirit of international company, our work language is in English. Perhaps one of the interesting things is that like you perhaps can see two Finns talking to each other in English while nobody else is present, without the need of speaking English, perhaps. But it's just so ingrained in our culture that just like people continue with that, even if they have like the opportunity to do otherwise. We've dedicated like support work-life harmony. Our benefits include comprehensive medical care, dental coverage, extended insurance of travel and so forth, and additional paid holidays. So anybody that signs a contract with Yousician is awarded 2 weeks of paid vacation from the get-go in the banks, because we understand you might sacrifice a few working days or here and there, and also the move can be quite heavy for most people when they move, especially if somebody's moving with their significant others or family. So we want to make sure that you can look forward to a few weeks of vacation already in the bank that you can use within the first 12 months of employment. Then our hybrid work policy combines like this flexible work remote, as well as working in office collaboration, kind of like ensuring that there's like a well-balanced work environment here. At Yousician, we offer 4 weeks of working remote, possibility of extended period. So basically for 4 weeks within a year, you can work outside of Finland as well. So we support that. And we understand that having a majority of international talent working at Yousician, we want to make sure that they feel comfortable with using their vacation to travel or go back home, and then using the time that they have to work outside of Finland, either exploring or being close to their home country if they feel the need to. And then I think in the culture that I feel is most interesting and well speaks to me, and maybe I'm biased in it, is the jam sessions that we have. So almost every Friday we gather together and play all sorts of stuff. So like jam sessions are basically, for those that perhaps haven't heard this, you get together and just start playing, and people can listen around you and so forth. So we have having a stage makes that very comfortable and very easy to do, and we really enjoy this, and kind of like showcases this kind of like, I feel that it's like this wave that reverberates outside of our office. So like starting from our office and outside, which is also the mission that we're in, make the world a more musical place. And whoever walks in Hakaniemi on a Friday at 8 p.m., you will see people playing and even hear the noise. I think definitely the instrumentarium office that is just downstairs from us, they have some good sounds to hear, let's say that. To go further, at Yousician, we value continuous learning and development. We provide like annual learning budget and across various learning platforms, and help to help kind of like team members grow and expand their skills. So it doesn't just like shape our culture. It's kind of like a key empowerment tool that we use to like make sure that we have the best team possible involved in tasks that have impact. Our values define who we are and how we operate. We're mission driven, focus on helping users make music a bigger impact in their lives. We value teamwork and collaboration across all departments, so across departmental work that we have here. And we feel that ownership is key. Everyone is encouraged to take charge and make an impact. When you join as a musician, you're not just starting a job, we feel, but you're kind of like opening a door to new projects and skills and opportunities. 70% of our leads and team leads have been promoted within or promoted internally, and kind of like we offer a structured mentorship and leadership training to support growth and development at every stage of your career. Even after you become leads, we have like leadership workshops and so forth to make sure that like we're constantly aligned. We prioritize focus, staying aligned with our goals. We value versatility, always evolving and meeting new challenges, and we kind of like embrace the change, right? And kind of like open communication is critical. We encourage everyone to like speak up, commit on to shared decision, and kind of like see the impact that we have. So why consider Yousician perhaps? So if you're passionate about music, technology, and make a global impact, Yousician is where you can kind of like bring those interests together. So with our commitment to growth, inclusivity, and innovation, we're building kind of like a community where we're creating kind of like this tech expertise go hand in hand with that. And I think kind of like to close this off, as far as like with the culture in hand, I want to show you one last video, and then I'll be out. Oh no, it's not working. So the demo effect was late. Yes, now. Thank you. Let's play. Yeah, I'll be in Discord as well to answer any questions. Yeah, Oleg, take the reins.
Nice. Thank you very much, Liz. I see a lot of good comments. I think there's a lot of people who want to connect with you. And using these opportunities, I just wanted to say that you can connect with Liz on Discord. We still have time, I guess, to take him some questions and things like that. But you can connect with Liz on Discord. And also on Discord, there's a Yousician jobs listing all the current roles. So please go check those out. Send your questions, and you can have like a chat there. Maybe we'll start with a few questions now when we have time. So Liz, what about you? What's your story? How did you join the Yousician, and when did it happen?
I was so focused on the company that I didn't perhaps talk about myself. Well, I came to Yousician around 10 years ago this month, actually. So I followed love, as perhaps a lot of us here do or have done. And since then, I've been involved in the startup community quite a lot, working in different organizations, from NGOs to like public sector and so forth. And then, that path brought me to Yousician as kind of like a connector, as a recruiter or a talent acquisition partner. And been here since like almost turning 4 years now at Yousician, and enjoyed every moment of it.
My personal question is that everyone who joins Yousician supposed to play? Is this a part of your recruitment process that you
exactly?
Have to
so you have to make a solo when you meet with us. No, it's like you don't need to be a musician to be a musician. I think we feel that like the way to enjoy music is also like by consuming it, like by being a person just like enjoys to listen to music, because well, at least at the office you will get to hear it all the time. But no, not a prerequisite at all. I think that you will get converted after a while. As you saw in the last video, that is from our backstage fest, as we call it. So a lot of the people there are people that have never touched an instrument before, or never joined, been on stage playing music, but like for like a period of 2-3 months, they make bands together and like get on stage, and we host a festival. So these are all our kind of like co-workers that just made a band and started playing in front of an audience. So you'll also have that chance to become a musician at some point, I guess.
I would love to hear more about that backstage. I saw on somewhere on my LinkedIn feed, probably. What is that? It's like your own concert.
Yes, so we have our own festival, actually. Last time on spring, we had more than 25 bands playing, so it was a full-time thing, full day thing. So 2 times a year, people get together. I think it's like the way to share or make kind of like new connections. You get to meet people from different teams and create a band. With that comes, time that you allocate to, practice together and learn songs or create your own songs. And then it all culminates into a festival that we all host. So like Yousician, of course, sponsors that event, with kind of like working hours that are introduced into practicing and, making the event possible and everything. And then people get together. We kind of like have this company type of party where, you get to invite friends and family and so forth. And we just host a festival. So people play, and it's like it ranges from death metal to, bossa nova music and everything in between. So it's quite an interesting site.
It's happening in the office.
Yes. We have a stage at the office. So everything you saw, that was in our, kitchen area, which we have a stage and lounge area, if I can say.
Yeah, I see. Interesting. And another question I have is everyone who works at Yousician work at the office, or you have some remote peeps as well?
So it's 50%. So everybody, like, of course, we require everyone to be in Helsinki to work with Yousician. So that's why we also relocate. And our working ways are 50-50. So you can work 50% of the time from home, and then the other 50% of the time at the office. But you have to be located in Helsinki. Or Finland in general, if commuting is not something you are opposed to.
Yeah, I guess Helsinki is not only, right? If people can come
from time to time, if they feel that they can commute every day, sure.
Yeah, understood. And how many people are you?
So currently we're on about 120 people big. across the office that we have here. We have a very small operation in New York that handles our artist partnerships. Like you saw Metallica, we recently had a partnership with Billie Eilish. Similarly, we had Jason Mraz and Juanes and more artists coming up. So our small operation in New York handles that, and then the rest is in Helsinki. So 120 people, 30 different nationalities.
Liz, I also have this question, interesting question. What about your recruitment process? I saw a lot of good comments from people, so I think you sold the company, so to say. What is your typical recruitment process?
We really rely on a good kind of like way of, like, it's very industry standard, so nothing out of the ordinary as a recruitment process. First meeting is with me, where we can discuss a little bit of practicalities revolving the role, unfold the role for, while I answer questions to the candidates as well, to make sure that like they get as clear of a picture of the role as possible. Also, we just go through like the experience and expertise that they have, and kind of like the motivations to why to join Yousician, right? And then the next steps happen in quick succession, one after the other. So most normally, or most standardly, we do send an assignment to the candidates. They will normally have around 7 days to complete the assignment. Once they hand it in, the team reviews those assignments anonymously. So they only see the work that is handed in and focus on that. Based on the review from the team, we usually have 3 people that review that to avoid a tie. With that, if it's a majority of a yes or like a pass, then the candidates get to meet with the team. So that can kind of like kicks off the second phase. These kind of like quick successive 3 meetings standardly. So one would be with a meeting with a team where you can discuss a little bit about the day-to-day of the team, how the work dynamics are within that team, but also focusing on that assignment. So the decisions you've done, the thought process that you introduced into the assignment. If that goes well, the next meeting would be scheduled right away with the hiring manager. Usually that unfolds a little bit more about like the goals of the role, why we have this role open, what the day-to-day would look like when it comes to what are the deliverables in a 3, 6, 12-month mark, and how we can set up the candidate for success. And the last conversation is what we call a bar raiser, which is basically, in the name, it raises the bar of the conversation to kind of like overreaching the whole company. So while you meet the team, very team specific, you meet the hiring manager with whom you can talk a little bit about the impact of the role in general, and then you meet with somebody from a leadership team in a bar raiser where you can discuss a little bit more about the company in general, our culture here, and the fit as far as like skills goes and so forth. So with these 3 meetings, you have the most 360 overview of the whole role and the company itself. And if in case an offer would be sent to those candidates, they have all the information needed. So we run processes normally very fast. We have applications open, so we normally don't put deadlines to make sure that like we give a chance to everyone that is interested. So it's not just like about timing. And yeah.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you very much, Liz. Everyone, please connect with Liz on Discord right now. And another thing is that for those that are coming tomorrow to the on-site part, you can also have the opportunity to catch Liz with a little bit different presentation, plus actually discuss a little bit more about the roles. But you have to be registered. I know there's a waiting list there as well. Thank you very much, Liz. I see almost 260 people watching us. So thank you, everyone, for being with us. And we move on.
Thank you, Oleg.
Hey, everyone. Hi, Dmitry. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Oh, good.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you very much. We have almost over 250 people watching us right now. Thank you very much for being with us. Please, the floor is yours. Very interesting presentation.
Thank you so much, and nice to have you all. Thanks for joining. Today I will tell about the gaming industry in numbers in 2024. I will cover the overall game industry state. I will cover the PC and console segment and mobile segment as well. And generally, I would like all of you to get from this presentation with a better understanding of what's happening at the current market. A couple of words about me. I'm a senior business development manager at My Games. I'm working with strategic partnerships. I'm working with platforms. I have a track record of multi-million-dollar deals done with the company. And I'm also a founder of Game Dev Reports. That's a newsletter about gaming numbers and obviously report, which is read by more than 11,000 people. A lot of C-level executives from large companies are reading it. So let's start. Let's speak a little bit more about the gaming industry in 2024. Here you see two pictures. The left one is the initial projection for 2023. Another one on the right side, that's a correction which happened in May 2024. So we can say that the last year ended for the gaming industry at almost $184 billion, but the initial projection being much more positive, and the largest correction being on the console side of things. So the initial expectation for the console market was much larger than it ended up after the correction. On the other side, we can see that the PC market has actually increased more than it was initially projected. So let's talk a little bit about the console market and what's happening there. So that's a bad news, but probably console penetration is not growing, which means that less people actually buying console if we are speaking about the ratio, about the percentage. And that's part of the reason why PlayStation, for example, started to release games on PC, or maybe the console penetration went down exactly because of it. There is no reason to buy a console, and you can play the majority or all of games on your PC or other platform. Let's get back to the regional segmentation of 2023, and we're taking 2023 because it was the last fully recorded year. We will speak about 2024 and predictions for it a little bit later. So what we can see that after the correction, the majority of underperformance came from the Western markets, from North America and from Europe, which means that over-optimistic view on them first made this correction. And also it tells us that Asian markets are actually very interesting and should be always in attention of developers. Getting to 2024 numbers and initial projections that Newzoo done, we can see that the company predicts growth for 2024. The overall size of the industry will reach 187, almost 188 billion. But I would say that there might be a correction again. So those numbers are not final. Also, a new company from Super Data founder named Aldora created a forecast for 2024 as well. And we can see that with inclusion of all the hardware, emerging tech, esports industries, the growth of the gaming market is predicted to be 0.6% in 2024 compared to the previous year. And the fact that it's actually a decline, because what's not noted here is in inflation. And we know that the general inflation all over the world is higher than 0.6%. Also, there is some negativity on US market as well. 2024 started good with 6% more than in 2023, thanks to Helldivers 2, thanks to Palworld. But now, after 9 months of 2024, we see that it's performing on par with the previous year. And Matt Piscatella, who is the lead analyst of Circana, predicts the 2024 to be actually worse than the previous year in terms of revenue. So why it matter and what are the main takeaways? First one, 2024 will highly unlikely outperform 2023. I think that's important, to be clear and transparent about it. Western countries are struggling the most to generate growth. That's also a thing you should care about. Console market penetration is stagnating or declining. And also PC is an emerging platform, which probably means that you need to pay a little bit more attention to it if you are not yet. And speaking of the industry overall and why we do see so many layoffs recently, that's actually part of the reason. The gaming industry is not growing in revenue for the last couple of years. And there's been a huge bubble in 2022. So a lot of people got their jobs, a lot of companies started new divisions, a mismanagement happened, and now companies are finding themselves in a situation where they made a huge investment, but they can't generate revenue. And that's actually the reason why, unfortunately, people are losing jobs. So that's a harsh reality of the current economy of the gaming industry. Let's go next and speak about the PC, console, and mobile markets separately. I do believe in a cross-platform gaming, but nowadays, still PC, console, and mobile are things of their own. So when we're speaking about PC and console market, I highlighted with the red color a very scary number. If we will look at MAU, we will see that the average age of the games there is more than 7 years. And if we will go further, we can see that 66 titles been accounting for 80% of playtime in 2023, which means that you, as a developer, probably fighting for the rest 20% of the playtime players has. So 20% is doable. It's still fine, considering that we have relatively large industry. If we will dive deeper, there is actually a larger problem. So Newzoo took the playtime for the overall industry, and 23% of players' time spent in 2023 been accounting for titles that are younger than 3 years. But if we will dive deeper, we see that 15% of this 23% are actually annual franchises like Call of Duty, EA Sports, NBA. So those are behemoths that you will probably not compete with, and it's very hard to compete with them. They do have a financial power, they do have an IP behind them, which leaves the developer with 8% of a playtime. And now I will tell why it matters. So the industry, since I believe 2012, 2014, seen a huge shift to free-to-play monetization. And with the current state of the market, when you have 8% of players' playtime, it's very hard for free-to-play titles to get attention because the players do not spend time in your game, they do not pay in your game. And we can see that in 2023, if we will have a look on the new titles released, free-to-play titles are accounting only for 1% of playtime among all the titles, all new titles. And they're non-existent for revenue. So if you're thinking about creating free-to-play game at the current market, I would suggest to think twice. That's probably not the best idea. And I've been quite negative so far, but there's been also a bright spot. And the bright spot is an indie market. I do not want to create an illusion. There is still a very harsh competition, and I will show a graph a little bit later. But what we can see is that indie games are actually getting more revenue and selling more copies year after year, and we do see quite a healthy trajectory of growth. And those numbers you see on the screen are inclusive with Black Myth Wukong, which I actually do not believe we can consider as an indie title. But even if we will exclude it, we will still see a very healthy single-digit or low double-digit growth rate for indie market. Moving next, I've been telling about the competition, and here with the blue, we see how many games been released in 2024 on Steam so far. So the increase is plus 23% to the first 9 months of 2023, which means that you compete with more titles on the market. The problem is that the growth in successful titles is not that dramatic. There is a tiny increase, but the overall chances of your game to get a substantial amount of revenue is actually decreasing, which is generally a bad thing, but that's again a reality. So let's speak about the takeaways. The current PC and console market is over competitive for users' playtime, which means the situation very problematic for free-to-play titles. So I would suggest to prefer premium experiences, those where people do pay upfront. In reality, we are competing as developers for 8% of the playtime, which is not occupied by annual big franchises. And actually, old games are also making its part too. Previously, we had quite a big generational leap between PlayStations, for example, so you can easily tell which game was on PlayStation 1, which game was on the PlayStation 2. Now it's much harder to make such a differentiation. Also, I think a good stuff here. That despite the competition, PC and console players are buying new games and they're open for new experiences, which creates an opportunity for indie titles. So we can see it with the Palworld, we can see it with Black Myth Wukong, and I think it's generally a good trend. And I do believe that indie segment will continue to grow further, and the innovative approach it will bring to the market will actually help independent developers. Now, let's speak about the mobile market, and it's been the most positive segment of the gaming industry so far. After 3 years of decline, it seems that 2024 will finally be a growing year, which is a good thing, and the growth in in-app purchases will happen in the US and Tier 1 Asian countries. If we will have a look at genres, we will see that the largest titles there are actually RPGs. There are also casual genres there that generate significant amount of money, and strategy games. But if we will look at the growth, we see that casual games are on rise, while mid-core titles are feeling not so great. And this might happen due to the fact that many game developers on mobile started to implement direct-to-consumer payment methods. I believe you heard about Xsolla, about web shops. That's actually the stuff. So companies want to take their users outside of Google Play, outside of App Store, and make them pay on their own platforms where they have a lower commissions. Also, decrease in the mid-core genre might happen because of the decrease of some Tier 1 Asian markets, Japan and South Korea, where those genres are historically high. Moving next of what's happening on the mobile market, we see that the in-app monetization is actually decreasing. People paying less in terms of volume and also less in terms of the overall value. But on the other side, we can see an increase in in-app advertisement space. And we can see that more and more mid-core hardcore games are adding rewarded ads to their titles, while a lot of hyper-casual developers are adding more complex meta monetization to their games as well. But it's been so good so far, but there is also some challenges in the mobile market. Entertainment, like gaming, is a part of entertainment, and gaming competes with other forms of entertainment, which might be reading, listening to podcasts, going to cinema, etc., etc. And what we can see here is that a share of non-gaming revenue and non-gaming downloads is actually increasing on both Apple and Google, which means people probably spend less time on games and also less money. And the main threat actually comes from the short-term, from the short videos like TikTok or Instagram Reels, because previously mobile games been the cheapest or one of the cheapest ways of entertainment, especially free-to-play ones. And now we see short videos here, which are absolutely free, to watch, and they're also very dopamine intense. So you're getting your fun within like 10, 15 seconds, which not a lot of mobile games can offer. Also, another problem for mobile market is that, in contrary to PC and console, it's impossible, or almost impossible, to find success without a big partner behind you. It's very user acquisition focused. You need quite substantial amount of money to get to the top, and also you need to have a robust ecosystem and a big experience. I've seen only a couple of companies not, being published or not being invested by big companies that reached the success in the last 5 years, and that's more like a, survivor's mistake, not a general rule. So, when we're speaking of takeaways of the mobile market and what's happening there, a good stuff, it went back to growth. It's a good thing, for everyone involved, and not only involved because mobile gaming expanding gaming overall. We see that people do change their behavior when it comes to paying, and it might be because of the changed economy situation worldwide, and also, mainly I think it's the reason. The real competition is happening not only with other games, but with other mobile apps, which might be non-gaming. There are no chances for indies, or almost no chances for indies on mobile. And one thing which is more business and legal topic is continuous war for margin on mobile games. So companies are fighting with Google and Apple, about the Epic lawsuits, to be able to receive more from their mobile games and not paying 30% commission. And we're getting to the last slide, and I've tried to be absolutely honest about the market nowadays, and it's not easy, and life itself is not easy too. So I think it's fine, right? We will find our way to success. What inspires me is that we can see data, we can see articles about new successful games popping here and there, which means that everything is possible. And I would like to warn you not to rely on data actually too much, because data shows you what happened previously, but it can't predict the future. Nobody predicted Among Us, Stardew Valley, Palworld, Vampire Survivors, and any other breakout success you can tell. So what that data can help you with is
Dmitry,
to
1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yeah, sure. What data can help you with is to avoid obvious mistakes. And the harsh truth of the current market is that a good game might not be enough, and successful games should stand out. And I believe that this happens when games you create, whether it's PC, console, or mobile, are a product of love, passion, and deep understanding of genre, of mechanics, of the game you create. And I believe you have all of this. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Dmitry, for the excellent presentation and the analytics and some optimism, I would say, at the end of it. Thank you so much. Guys,
You're
I'm
welcome.
reminding
Thank you for
Dmitry
inviting.
will be available for the Q&A on Discord, in the Q&A chat, for another 20 minutes or so. So please connect there. Thank you, Dmitry.
Thank you so much. Have a nice event.
Alrighty, everyone. We continue with the program. Hi, Jarno.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. We have 275 people on the stream. So, Jarno, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, thanks for having me here. I want to give back to the community. It has helped me a lot. I hope I can help you at least a little bit. Level up your portfolio. I would like to present a little bit of ideas that how you have to take into account your target company, the whole meaning of the role that you are applying for, and reveal a little bit of the recruitment process when you craft your portfolio to land the first job in the gaming or land a job in the gaming overall. A bit of intro of myself because everybody has a different story when talking about games, basically. So currently I'm a game lead at Metacore with a lot of art background. I was the art lead in Merge Vikings. I have multiple ship titles on soft launch or global, and I've done a lot of prototyping during my years, and work with games now for 10 years. Done pretty much everything: pipelines, 3D, rigging, animation, VFX, optimization stuff. And before the games, I ran my own creative studio for 9 years, and studied fashion, graphic design, physics, not that ordinary stuff, but that's what gaming is all about. That you usually people you meet here, they've done a lot of different stuff. They learned a lot of different stuff, and I think it's sort of a lifetime journey with games usually, that you can actually use a lot of stuff that you learned past in the previous jobs or something like that, and use those skills inside the gaming. I have to say that this is very much a single perspective of things, so things are never binary. What is considered a good portfolio is maybe not considered a good portfolio from another person's view, and the same goes for the company. So one company might think your portfolio is amazing, and another company thinks that your portfolio is not that amazing. So this is a really like personal view of things, how I've seen things work, and I have to say that I am heavily biased towards the mobile games because I worked with mobiles my whole game career, and it's biased towards the mobile, definitely. But I'm pretty sure that people targeting like AAA or stuff like that can maybe find this useful also. So yes, revealing a bit of curtain behind the recruitment process, and I'm gonna clarify a little bit of roles, what is happening in mobile games, and not going to show good or bad pieces. It was actually, I didn't think about this presentation too much when I said yes, and then I realized that okay, I'm definitely not going to be able to show like bad pieces of stuff. So, or even showing the good pieces is always like you have to ask permit and so on. And because things are not binary, I'm not really going to show you good or bad pieces, but I'm like showing what you should think about when designing those good or bad pieces in your portfolio. So, what is the life of a portfolio reviewer, basically? At Metacore, we have this idea that there's an artist who always checks the portfolios. There should be someone who always, like, we check like every portfolio, and you can imagine that it's not a role for people to check portfolios. So you have to understand there's always a people behind watching the portfolio also. So the work is usually done along with your daily duties. You might have a lot of other stuff on your table. Sometimes it can be only one portfolio, sometimes once a week, something like that. But then there's also been some positions that we've opened that you get like hundreds of portfolios and have hundreds of applications. And you can imagine when you go through like 200 portfolios for concept designer role, you get blind at some point. You just see a lot of images after images after images, and at some point it's really easy to get blind. So there needs to be something that pops out basically from this like masses of stuff. And also you have to understand that sometimes the time for one portfolio is not that much. So if you have 200 portfolios in line, it's very sad, but it's just impossible to take 10 minutes for each of them. So it's more likely going to be much more less than that time, because it's just the nature of work. You have to do all of those portfolios, and that's it. But as said, we aim to check all the portfolios at Metacore. Let's jump into the roles. I go through a little bit of like this normal game roles, game artist roles, different artist roles in games, because I've seen that many people actually apply maybe to every single position, which is maybe not clever. You can of course apply it. There's no harm on it, but still, like I would like people to understand that there is a very these roles are very different from each other. Like, for example, concept artist. Basically, the role of concept artist visualizes the concepts of some feature vision holder, which can be designer, art lead, art director, maybe creative lead, something like that, or narrative designer or something like that, or maybe just him or herself who is in charge of this thing. So concept artist guides the work of 2D, 3D artists who take the work further. Concept artist doesn't really make art to the game, so he doesn't make in-game art. They usually have a really close relations with the design, and I would like to say that concept artist is sort of a human version of a generative AI. So you can prompt whatever you want inside a concept artist, and you will get great results. And this concept artist actually understands what you really want to produce. There's a bit of like issue with the concept artist, because everybody wants to be a concept artist, but I will go back there later on in this presentation. And then there's one thing that you have to understand, that smaller studios don't really use concept artists. So at Metacore, we are like 250 plus people currently, and I think there's 3 concept artists directly working with games. And we were already like years old company before we hired actually the first concept artist. So usually concept artists don't work in the smaller studios. Illustrator is pretty close to concept artist, but they focus more on creating high quality artwork inside the game. So they create in-game art. It's usually UI illustrations for events, new features, pop-ups, and so on. They can easily help on concepting. They can help on doing icons and stuff like that. So they live usually in a 2D area, but mostly concentrating maybe on the illustration side, and not doing that much of the simple icons and stuff like that. Sometimes Illustrator can take part in creating the marketing materials or storefront stuff and assets there, and so on, depending on the company. Usually Illustrator in one company can be a quite different role than an illustrator in another company. So this also like differ from company to company. 2D artist is more of this like general artist, making games. Definitely makes in-game art, makes basically art that is in 2D format. So UI assets, icons, can do also illustrations, concepts. Quite often makes VFX stuff also, and to be honest, nowadays quite often also uses 3D as a base for the 2D. So it's becoming more and more norm that even though you do 2D art and do 2D stuff, you might use a 3D as a base, some kind of a base, at least to get the formation or lighting easily done and more quickly done. Then you have 3D artist, maybe the most known for most of people. So 3D artist transforms the idea from the concept of just the idea. Maybe it's just an idea. It doesn't always have to be a concept art, but transforms the idea into 3D. using some 3D software. In mobile, usually the 3D artist does the whole thing. So they do the modeling, texturing, rendering, maybe the implementation inside the Unity. And many people can also do the rigging and animation, especially if it's a character creation process. And of course, you need to do some rendering and maybe texturing inside the Photoshop or in other software, wherever you do the texturing process. But basically, the asset that you deliver is an optimized 3D model ready to implement to game engine, or in many cases, it's a pre-rendered 2D asset. Usually, 3D artist has at least a little bit of basic knowledge of the game engine, like Unity, for example. We have Animator. Animator is a simple one. So Animator animates stuff. It can be 2D, it can be 3D, or both. Can also animate UI with some tweens or animations. Can work in a spine, in Unity, in a 3D software. Usually Animator works also inside the engine. So I think in most cases, Animator, yes, definitely works inside the engine because there are other animators that has to be set up and so on. So definitely an engine knowledge is a must there. Then we have a technical artist, which I always say that there's never enough technical artists. Basically takes care of the implementation stuff, but can also, like, technical artist is a very, very wide term that can consist a lot of different stuff. But basically, technical artist works in between the artists and client coders. So it's a place, beautiful place in between those two disciplines, basically, and works really closely with the client guys to make the game actually work. Iterates on their art pipelines. Basically does the magic that makes the game actually work and live and breathe. And quite often time has to do a lot of optimization. We are working with the mobile, so mobile is always about optimization. You never optimize anything until your game starts to crash and low-end devices are screaming. So that's the point when you start to optimize, and then it's usually technical artists together with the client coders who start that work. Technical artists usually can also code, or at least pretend that they can code. At least they can stab the code behind the backs. And quite often they are generalists who've been on the industry for maybe a longer time and just have been interested of the technical end and ended up being a technical artist. Shader creation is also a technical artist job. Then we have art producer, producing basically art with outsourcing partners, handling the partner. With outsourcing, you can produce whatever you want, 2D, UI, 3D animations, whatever. Art producer can also work on a project level, like in-house stuff that takes, basically, they take care of the tasking of the stuff. So they are making sure that everything gets done, what is needed to get done, so people can concentrate on the art stuff, and then art producer is just giving them tasks. Art producer can be super powerful asset for the company, providing a lot of art without the need to scale the team. So it is really valuable sometimes. UI UX artist creates all the art that is needed in the UI, buttons, icons, bars. Usually works really closely with the designers and the client coders to create the correct experience for the players. And I would say that working inside the engine is a must for UI UX artist. Usually for the UI UX artist, we get a lot of applications from like web designers, which some of them are doing really good job. amazing designs, but it's a bit different world, so you have to kind of know the Unity and games in order to create good UI and UX art for the games. So I would say that especially for the UI and UX, or not especially, but in general, there should be some games in your portfolio when applying to game art roles. Then we have the game art generalist, which is a guy who can do basically everything from first concepts to final polishing in the game engine. Usually this person works in a prototyping team or smaller teams, because smaller teams usually need a generalist people, and these people usually like to work also in the smaller teams. They are maybe not really good at anything or everything. They are good at something or in few things, but they can. The good part of these people is that they can actually do everything. So that's their biggest skill, basically. Usually they are more senior people who have marinated inside the industry for several years. These people can be super valuable for the company. But if the company has, for example, really big team and big project that needs highly specialization, then these people might not be the best fit. But if they are like a smaller teams and so on, then these people are like super valuable. There are more of these roles, of course, but this was just a few of them. But let's go into hiring someone. So what happens when when actually a company needs to hire someone? So opening a position happens if someone has too much on his table. More content is needed, but outsourcing is not an option for some reason. So basically, the team wants to get stronger or needs a new skill set. Let's say that we need a VFX to our game and nobody knows how to do VFX. So we need someone to make those VFX. And the perfect candidate for this role is the guy who can make those VFX for us easily. Like from the day one, he starts to create the VFX. And most likely will bring something else on the table. Maybe they can do shaders also. So, okay, we get the VFX and the shaders at the same package. Yes, we want to hire this person. And the less friction to hire a person, the better, because people have a lot of stuff to do. Recruitment process is a big process. So the more easier it is, the better, actually. So usually how things goes is that the first thing is that we ask that, do you know someone suitable? Do you know someone who can do VFX and so on? And then there might be someone, okay, I know this person. Yes, let's check that if that works out. And if we don't find anyone, then we will open a new position. And then it goes through the normal recruitment process. And I have to underline that opening a new position doesn't happen because a company wants to teach persons to craft the game or to do 3D or something like that. That is an internship program. That is maybe some junior level roles. There are some junior level roles available, too little in my opinion. And there are some internship programs available, too little in my opinion again. So the industry should do better here, but that's the way it is at the moment. Company size matters a lot. So small studios, they need more generous people. They have only a handful of people, 3 people, 4 people, something like that in a team. So if a person joins the team, they have to know a lot of stuff. So you have multiple hats. Maybe you do 3D art, you do marketing art, you do maybe the audio inside, and you do VFX and so on. So it's a normal stuff to do a lot of stuff. And it's a really good place to learn new skills, and you are all the time in the uncomfortable zone and so on, and you learn a lot. The issue with small studios is that it's a big risk for them to actually hire someone, because hiring in Finland is a bit problematic. So you kind of need to somehow find a way to get in. maybe it's an internship program with them or something like that. Maybe, well, I'll go there later. Larger studios tend to pay better, like they tend to pay a bit better because they are larger, they have a better brand, so they attract a lot more people to apply for the jobs, and but they usually also have more like specific roles, so they don't have that much of those like generalist roles, which means that if you have a specialized role, it means that you have to be really, really, really good at that role to actually get that one position. So it's kind of maybe harder to get into these roles because you really have to be really good in your discipline. And larger studios sometimes do have these training programs for entry level. And again, like too few, in my opinion. Said this already earlier, but the work of a 3D artist, for example, can be very different from the company A to company B. So one company can be real-time, super optimized characters inside the Unity. The work can be like that. And the other company is maybe like pre-rendered environment props. So these are like very, very different ways of doing art with the help of 3D in both cases, but everything is very, very different how you produce that art. There are some industry mismatches. So I mentioned the concept artist at the beginning. So basically everybody wants to be a concept artist, but there's very few needed in the mobile games, for example. And that's a bit of an issue. It's not really an issue for the companies because there's a lot of talent in the pool, but it's an issue for concept artists because there's just so many concept artists around there. Also in a 3D, especially, everybody wants to create characters. So I see a lot of portfolios with characters, but how many characters do we actually need in a game? If it's a character-based PvP game, yeah, we need a lot of characters, but there's a lot of games that don't actually use characters. There's only few characters, and then you need like 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 times more of some environment assets and props and so on. So people should definitely have that environment stuff also in the portfolios. The game engine knowledge helps a lot. So, and I think it's needed from the artists, especially in the smaller studios. The more you can take stuff on your side in the engine and Unity, the better. I have to speed up a little bit to get through all the slides. A bit of good portfolio. I said that there can be a lot of portfolios. Good portfolio pops out with the quality. Usually anatomy, composition, lighting, color, and poses are the main factors because they are the bigger stuff that you see first. So with that, it's easier to pop out, of course, along with the amazing technical skills. Good portfolio has to match the role. If there's nothing similar in the portfolio than what the role needs, then it's very hard to say, can this candidate do this job actually. Good portfolio also matches the company, so it kind of has to match the company style. Some companies doesn't have that like similar style in all the games, so it's easier, but some companies do have a really, really strong style of the whole company, so the portfolio should match that also. Especially with people who don't have any game experience, because the game experience is the biggest thing we look at the first. There should be at least some games in the portfolio, at least like hobby projects or something, but if you don't have any of that, the portfolio should be super ambitious. It should be like way better than people's portfolio who actually have the game experience. Already mentioned, portfolio should show some game projects. And it would be important to always describe what part of the work is yours, because sometimes I see a really, really big stuff and works, but you have no idea what part the candidate has actually done in this process. So it's good to describe. Better be honest here. I've done this and this, and it's easier to understand for us. Not that good portfolio. image is a stock image, by the way. I'm not like destroying anyone's self-esteem here. Not that good portfolio doesn't show any games. There should be at least something about the games in the portfolio. If you only show tutorial art is a bit problematic also. It's kind of fine. I use tutorials myself, but like you should at least take the tutorial to the next level or combine different tutorials together, and to make it interesting, to like make it yours sort of, then it starts to become interesting. Not that good portfolio also shows very simple and small works. Basically, if you make a barrel like this for your portfolio, the first thing I ask is like, how long does it take you to make it? It would take me like 15 minutes to do the barrel. So if you want to put it to portfolio, how long did it actually take from you? The portfolio should be super ambitious, so it should show a scene of a barrel factory or something like that, in my opinion. Biggest issues usually what people have is, and it's easier for us to see, we know humans, so anatomy is difficult, light and shadow is difficult, and rendering, because that shows the sense of style pretty easily. Basically, people who don't have game experience, I said it already, but you should overperform the people who have gaming experience. We as a game artists, we are very busy with our own job, so the quality threshold is sometimes pretty low because we just ship and ship and ship stuff. But if you do the stuff for the portfolio, use all the time you have to make it rise and shine. Strong style. There's been a lot of debate on the strong style. Is the strong style good or bad thing? It can pop out your portfolio really, really well, but usually your own style is not the target style of the game. So if the whole portfolio is a similar unique style, it can actually affect negatively. So there should be, I think, a good way of like approaching this is to have your own style in the portfolio, but then take some existing like super popular games, make the same art style, nail it, and maybe even do it better than the existing like hit games. Then try to find a mentor. If you're struggling with your portfolio, there are different mentorship programs. I was super lucky. I got a mentor when I was like coming to the industry, and this person helped me a lot. So try to get a mentor from somewhere. Go to events, discuss with people, and try to get the portfolio reviews and so on. These things can help you like significantly. And always remember that things are not binary. What I'm saying is not good. Maybe some other person again says that kind of likes it, and maybe it's better suitable for that project. Like, so talking with different people will give you more perspective on the things that you do.
There are not 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah, I can finish this up, I think. Then make those games. Prototyping on top of game engines default projects, for example, is fun and it's easy, so you can just reskin stuff and things are working. You can put the stuff, living stuff in the portfolio. There's no pressure on that. You don't have to succeed. Most likely you are not going to succeed. Like even we are not going to most likely succeed in our work, because game development is hard, but by doing it, you learn the best. And the best thing you can do is to do it with some group of people. You make friends and connections. Then someone of the group gets a job, and then after half a year, you get a phone call that, hey, could you come and do this, because they know you already. The possibilities you have, check the website and so on, company websites, try to get the internship stuff. And I have to underline one thing here, too bad it's a bit busy, but TE office work trial, that's what helped me originally to the industry. Do your own projects and try to get the training programs. Metacore is hiring. Check all the open positions from our websites, metacoregames.com. careers. We have a lot of different artist positions, and we do have a trainee program called Press Play. Roles change every year, but it's a full-time, 6 months hands-on experience, monthly salary and benefits included. It's happening on Metacore's Helsinki office. So that was all about it. Like, most important thing, have fun and make those games, and things will follow.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jarno. Everyone, I'm reminding you that you can catch Jarno in the Q&A channel if you have some questions to ask. And we have special guests, Sofia and Hina from the talent acquisition team, available on the Metacore chat. I think that they're about to join. So please use Discord, join us there, join Metacore, check the roles, and there's questions coming in. So thank you very much, Jarno.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Oleg. How's it going?
Hi, Igor. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks, everyone, for participating before. We have a very special guest, Igor. I want this session because I receive a lot of questions from you guys that been looking for a job for a long time. It's difficult for everyone. So if you've been looking for a job for over 6 months in the game development, I want you to pay special attention to this talk right now. Igor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Oleg. And shout out to previous speaker. Can sign up for every point he mentioned. I would like to continue on the same topic. So most of the people who I guess joined today's event want to make games for a living. So let's talk about that. Before we jump around into it, short disclaimer. Everything that I say today is my personal opinion. I worked in previous places before. They might not share all stuff that I'm mentioning, so just keep it in mind. I'm also freestyling on the go, so some things could be rough, so don't judge too much, and let's start. Who the heck am I? My name is Igor. I work at HypeHype. I'm product evangelist. Super frustrating title. No one really understands that. So to simplify it, I just can say that I work with creators and developers around the world, helping them to understand what HypeHype is, how to succeed in it, and basically on my day-to-day job, I interact with community, with developers, and with product, and improving all aspects of it. So about HypeHype, who we actually are. Also, to not take so much time, I just simplified it into 2 words. It's TikTok and the game engine. So basically, you have a TikTok feed where you scroll and find games that you want to play. And everything built on top of our own game engine, where you actually create all these games super easy, super fast. And that's how we are trying to revolutionize the game development scene, bringing ability to make games to as many people as possible, and simplifying the tools as much as possible. We talk about the editor and engine and platform a little bit further during the talk. Just wanted to also share some insight on my personal experience in game industry. So I started about 7 years ago. My main background is in game design. Mainly I worked in mobile games. All this time, to be super specific, I worked in hyper casual games. So it's very special type of games, super short, super easy to understand, and super easy to throw away. So everything I'm saying applies mainly on mobile games. Just keep it in mind. Don't try to offend anybody who's like working in consoles or PC. But yeah, I'm a bit, I would say, overcrowded with mobile games specifics. So everything I say could be controversial. But yeah, basically work in many places, mainly as game designer, and along the career switched to publishing. Used to work at Unity and then moved to HypeHype. Later you understand why. Here are some games that I used to work on. They're from very different genres. So Bowmasters is 2D turn-based PvP game. Cowmasters is real-time PvP crowd game. Party Masters is idle clicker game. There's some other examples, more from hyper-casual space, super short, super simple, filled with ads. Yeah, it's also very important. My background is mostly with ads monetization. But yeah, just wanted to show what kind of games I used to make before for you to understand my perspective better and why I say the things I'm saying. So let's move further. And my professional career started 7 years ago, but how it all started initially, it's actually very appealing to the previous speaker. He mentioned that like a lot of people who make games actually played the games, so it was my case as well. I played a lot of games, a lot of different type of games. Most of them actually you could find some similarities. I would say I would describe it's like sandbox multiplayer games. Here's a more niche slide. I don't know how many people actually aware of Space Station or San Andreas multiplayer, especially the roleplay aspect, but yeah, highly recommend to check it because it could also give you some insights on some stuff I'm talking about today. And yeah, also I was super MMORPG fan in school and played almost everything that was available at the time back then. So yeah, just wanted to share some personal experience. And how I actually ended up in gaming industry. It's all started more or less 8 years ago. I, as usual, played some games with my friends, and then this one specifically came up, called Deceit. If you're familiar with Among Us, it's pretty similar concept. You have a team of 6 people, 1 or 2 imposters, and your goal is to survive a couple of rounds. It's more like Wolverine type of game where you need to find out who is the imposter and kill him or just escape. But yeah, why it's important? Because this game was super interesting for me. I was about to finish college back then, and I was curious, okay, if I like games, I probably want to work with them, so how can I do that? Since it was a new game, and my native language was Russian, and the game had a Russian localization, but it was super broken, I decided to go directly contact developers and provide them some support. Just sent an email on their website. Surprisingly, they answered very fast. Next day, I was already in their Discord, chatting with them, and joining a team of similar people like me. And then we started to work with spreadsheets and helping to localize the game. So yeah, I would say first tip from this presentation, follow your passion. I was super into games, different games, and I wanted to work on them at some point. So I played a lot and I tried to understand, even if I can't work on them properly, if I don't have skills, how it can be useful and touch this game development scene. But yeah, follow your passions could be a super controversial topic, and especially now. So why it's important? We need to understand one simple thing: making games is hard, is very hard, and making new games is especially much harder. Just some stats for the context: in 2023, 60% of playtime went to old franchises and games. So, and big one, Fortnite, Roblox, GTA, Call of Duty. So if you really want to work on games, you need to understand which type of games you want to make and how realistically that this type of games actually could succeed in current market, and how realistically to find job in these charges in the first place, because it will be not easy. And if you pick a wrong genre, wrong company, wrong type of career, you can also end up in very bad place. So usually when game fails, this happens. If it's public company, stocks go down, not like players are not happy, people who run the business not happy, and what happens after that? Yeah, something that happened this and last year quite a lot, layoffs. So it's really important at this moment in time to be careful about your every move, I would say. And if you really want to make games, think twice, because layoffs are happening. They will continue to happen. What we saw last 2 years, I still think it's just the beginning. So yeah, be very careful, especially if you're trying to pursue a career in big companies and work on big real games. Many people refer to RPGs like Assassin's Creed, shooters like Call of Duties. Most of the games that are developing in these genres right now probably will fail. So you could end up in the similar position as people who were laid off. So just my personal opinion, be careful about what you want to do and which companies you want to join. So yeah, think twice. Just for context, also decided to show this slide for people to understand how structure of big companies usually look like. So if you want to work in PC or AAA genre, probably your options are super limited. Most of companies are owned by same bigger structures. So even if you're doing fine, but some big company in your structure are failing, you could be also laid off. So you need to understand where you are and what could affect your future. So yeah, also wanted to share this. And in general, entering this type of companies is super challenging and super hard. There's a lot of mistakes could be avoided, but my suggestion is to think about something else rather than joining big companies and pursuing big games. Yeah, that's how things are, in my opinion, on traditional game development market right now. Everything is fine, everything as usual. So if you want to still make games no matter what, I would say there are much better opportunities for you right now. So there always hope. AAA or big corporation is not the only path you can choose. One of them could be indie games, because due to my job, I talk with many developers, and many people started to see into this direction. They want to pursue smaller, more cute and real games for real audiences, some niche titles for Steam or itch.io, which is fine. It could be successful, but also very important to get some reality check before you jump into it, because you should really ask why you want to make this type of games. Is it because it's something you love, it's a genre that you're interested in, or just because you heard that it's much easier and more sustainable at this moment in time, or you know some cool guy who made a lot of cool indie games and sustained himself for the rest of his life. In this particular thread, I'm referring to Edmund Macmillan, creator of Super Meat Boy and Isaac, but we can come up with hundreds of similar examples. My main point, you will probably not the same guy. You can't follow his footsteps nowadays, and it's super important to understand that. And if you want to make indie games, you need to also realize that it's super challenging, super competitive, and making money there is super hard. So is it too late to make indie games? In my opinion, it always depends. So if you're all into it, if you're like played all new releases during the years and you understand the genre specifically super well, of course, go on. I can't suggest like put anything against that. But most people that interact on daily basis are not like that. They just want to make money or sustain themselves and make games because they are fun. So it's, I would say there are no right or wrong answer. It always depends. So if you want to make games but don't have any specific ideas or don't have any specific preferences, what kind of games you want to make, it's a pretty interesting situation to be, I would say. I would suggest just remember to live to your dreams. And if you really want to make games, just start making them. It's not that like hard, it's not rocket science. Very important to start making them on your own. Don't try to collect like people into your team and like 5-10 people and iterate on weeks or months, because usually this type of scenarios ends up really well. If you really want to make games, you need to understand how they are made in the first place. You need to actually be the one who are doing them by hands. But some could argue that it's really hard. You can't make money while you're learning some new tools, or when you're not experienced enough. So I definitely agree with it, and I'm coming back to the similar slide that we discussed at the beginning. So what we're doing at HypeHype, we are trying to revolutionize the game development industry. So the initial aspect of the app, combining TikTok discoverability through feed and game engine available on your phone, super crazy, and we think it's super revolutionary. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about HypeHype and how you actually can try it, use it, and make money out of it, and while making games and doing something fun that you're really interested in, and even increasing your opportunity to getting hired in future. So first of all, what HypeHype is. So we talked a little bit about that, but it's game engine on your phone, which is also cross-platform, available everywhere, available on Windows, on Mac, on web, and of course on mobile, Android and iOS. Super important thing to understand, we are mobile first, so everything is super optimized for your phone experience, game creation process, gameplay process. So everything that you experience on Windows, Mac or web comes a bit later, so we're not really able to support it properly. So I highly encourage, if you really want to try something like this, to use mobile clients first. So the main point about HypeHype is that with our engine, you can actually create games much easier and much faster than before. So faster than Unity, faster than Unreal, faster than Roblox, or faster than Fortnite. It's available on your phone. Everything you do, you can do with your fingers. Editor is super powerful. So some could argue that, making games on mobile sounds strange, and what kind of games you can make. It's probably something super simple and not deep. Not really. So here I added some slides and examples of games that are already made by our users during the last 6 months. So as you can see, there's pretty diverse examples. Here's another example. So it's like RPG games, puzzle games, shooter games, anything you can come up with, it's already possible in HypeHype, I would say. But yeah, again, we come into this question of sustainability and money. So yeah, it's another new tool. You need to dedicate your time, and before you can actually make something that work, and how you can actually make money with it. We got you covered. It's super easy. So right now we're in early access, and we are trying to bring as much creators as possible. And we understand that the market is super competitive. It's super hard to stand out. So we need to get some unique selling feature for us. And for us, at the moment, it's monetization based on game engagement. So basically right now we're paying only for users' playtime and retention. So basically, if you create a game and someone plays it, you'll receive money based on how much you play. I also came up with some examples from the app. So it's just screenshots of games that you saw earlier in the slides. Some of them, these games released 6 months ago, some of them 3 months ago, but basically all of them was released this year. So Trials Hobby made already over $15,000. Easy Hobby, very simple, actually, third-person platformer, made over 11. And Grow Monster and Rock Tycoon, more like on simulation side, more actually advanced type of games, made a little bit less. They are even harder to make. But yeah, just to give you an idea that it's already possible to make some money. So again, as I said, we are in early access. If you want to try, just need to register on our website. To simplify everything, I just came up with this QR code. You can just scan it and it redirects you on our website. You just put email, put platforms that you're interested in, either mobile, PC, or web. And then after sending this form, you will receive access in 2 working days. So yeah, highly encourage you to at least give it a try. Any feedback also matters for us. So yeah, I have 10 minutes left. And it would be super strange for me to just show slides and not showing anything related to the product. So let's try to demo HypeHype itself. I hope everything will work with StreamYard, but just in case, let's try and hope. Okay, I might need some help from Oleg because I started to share. Yeah. So I'm sharing it. Can you just enable? Yeah, nice, super, perfect. So yeah, this is how our app looks like. So let's start with basic features. Our first is TikTok feed. So literally TikTok with games, where you can play anything you see. Try it. If you get bored, just go back and continue scroll until you find something more interesting for you. As you can see, the type of games are very, very different. So you can really come up and end up playing something that very unique, and you can find some of them on different platforms as well. But yeah, this is TikTok feed, which obvious thing. One of the features that I really, really like is that everything inside HypeHype is remixable. So you can think of it like open source from like typical mobile products. Basically, every game that you see on the platform, you can actually get access to its source code and try it yourself, see how everything done, and explore on your own. So here's I want to show you how our logic works. Super overwhelming at the beginning. Everything made with visual programming, our own version of blueprints, I would say. So it's not based on Unreal, it's our own tech. And basically that's a 90% of game creation process in HypeHype. You just came up with ideas that you want to implement, then you open Node editor and start messing around, connecting everything together and trying to come up with vision and the look which you desired. After you're done, you just press save and you receive your own version of this game under your own account. You can put your name, description, and release it. And if this game turns out to be actually better than original, then our algorithm start to push it in TikTok feed, and it will start to get in more and more players. Another cool feature of HypeHype is open stats. As I said, everything is open source, so you can actually see metrics of other games as well. So no matter was your original author or not, you can check any analytics for any game and actually understand, okay, what works, what doesn't, and what is the most promising project for you to start with if you don't want to start from scratch. So yeah, here you can see some playtime numbers, different graphs about performance. And here we found another cool features of HypeHype called game clips. Basically, every player that interacts with your game creates his own game recording, and you can actually see how he interacts with this game. So it's not me playing, it's actually recording. You see which part of the screen he touched. Super easy to understand and debug your games and your flow, what goes wrong. Does users actually understand and see features that you added, or are they just skipping them and not paying any attention? So yeah, this is our replays. Let's take a look on the editor side. So I already showed you how advanced games could look like, and it might scare you. So don't worry. We have a very, very good, well-designed flow with tutorials how to actually start making stuff. So when you first enter the app, you'll have multiple sections for different subjects, some basics, art, and logic, where you go step by step and actually create your first game from scratch. Everything is super optimized. step by step, really easy to comprehend. So yeah, highly encourage you to go through tutorials first before remixing any game on the platform if you want to start with it. And I have 5 minutes left, so I can demo you just a bit more games, but wanted to also say about monetization aspect. So it's already possible to make money in HypeHype. So let's just double check the games that I shared earlier and their numbers. So yeah, this Trials Hobby, which made about $15,000 since. Actually, you can check when this game was released first. So yeah, it's our version history. Anybody on the platform can access it and see every update for every game. So here we just starting to scroll, and we see that this game was released first in the middle of June. So I would say pretty good result since the beginning of June, and you can actually understand how this like monetization numbers calculated. So here we have some more graphs, which explains you how money actually made. So we have the system called engagement payouts. We're paying for people playtime and sessions. So basically, it means that if people play your game for like a lot of time and they enter it frequently, so they play it not just once but continue to play it day after day, it will reflect on this session graph. And as you can see, most of money for this game, well, at least not the most, but big chunk of this money comes from session 20 and the ones that go above. So yeah, just wanted to give more insights about our monetization and how this number actually creates. Also, we have in-app purchases available already, so which means you can also sell anything you want in your game through our currency. So yeah, also very important things to keep in mind if you want to make money in HypeHype. And also we have 100k competition gem running. So basically, if you came up with a game that has a good retention, 10%, 12%, or 15%, you can also be qualified to win some prize money. But yeah, super short talk, can't explain every aspect of the app for such a short time. The goal for this conversation was just to inspire you to try something new, for you to understand better what HypeHype is, and understand also that making games as we all made it before the last 5-10 years are not that promising anymore. And if you want to really succeed and continue to make them, you need to find for alternatives, and HypeHype could be one of them. So I would say on this note, my talk is over. Would be happy to answer any questions in Discord.
Nice. Thank you, Igor. Thank you for the presentation. My take on this one is that, guys, I've received these messages from you many times per day. Unfortunately, I have to say there's not that many roles. So if you've been looking for a job, if you're a game designer, maybe looking for a job for over 6 months, I think it could be a great opportunity. I'm not promoting here to make the money. It's a nice aspect. But if you want to land the job, I think making a game, showing the stats, and showing that you understand the metrics and things like that in the game, it's going to help you land a job. So here, I'm not promoting you go there, make the money. It's a bonus, in my opinion. This is a game job fair. And from my personal opinion, it's if you exhausted all the jobs pool there, don't stop looking for a job, but this could be a great way to enhance your portfolio. And Igor is available on the chat, HypeHype now, on Discord. Thank you very much, Igor, for joining us. And for those who are joining us tomorrow at the onsite, Igor is going to be available there. So if you want to catch up with him, maybe talk a little bit more, chat tomorrow afternoon at the onsite, you get a chance to meet him. Now, jump to Discord, Igor. I see there's some questions coming in. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Oleg. Thank you, guys. And
Hey, Joe.
Hello. Hey, Oleg.
How's it going?
Yeah, great, thanks. And I've just been watching the chat here. Hello to everyone in the chat. Really enjoyed what Igor was talking about there.
Nice. Thank you, Joe, for being with us here. I don't want to take too long time. I'd rather give it the floor to you to a very important topic. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, my pleasure. And first of all, excuse the mess. I just earlier this week I've been moving my home office to a different room, so it's just filled with my kids' toys. So yeah. So hey everyone, my name's Joe, and I've been in tech and games industry in recruiting for about 12 years now. There is no exaggeration when I say I've reviewed thousands of portfolios. So I have some takes here, and I'm going to make this quite concise about what I look for in a portfolio, how to make it stand out, how to make sure that the person reading it at the other end, whether it's a recruiter, a hiring manager, someone else on the dev team, how to make it stand out and actually get an interview. That's the idea. And yeah, hey everyone. So there's Yana, Tim, and Andrea. Yeah, hey, good to see you all. Quick bit about me, my personal life, so you have an idea like who I am and what I do. First of all, this is where I live actually. So I'm in the UK. I'm quite far away from London. I'm right by the coast. It's quite rural, countryside England. I love it. It's where I grew up, and I work remotely. I've been working remotely here now since the pandemic started, pretty much. So coming up on like 4.5 years working remotely now. I love doing like nature runs. I did this marathon last weekend. It was like through forest. It was pretty intense. These are some of my favorite games of all time, and I've been lucky enough to actually like work on some of these game teams, like Fortnite, for example. I have one of my favorite games of this year, and I hope it gets nominated for Game of the Year's Balatro. I've got a physical Balatro deck off in this room somewhere. I like to sketch. These are some of the conferences I've been at this year, like GDC, Develop in the UK, over in Singapore and Helsinki. I started a podcast actually called The Talent Game a couple of months back, and that's focused on talent topics like hiring and people management and culture. And I'm speaking to CEOs, COOs, heads of, and plenty of leaders, their takes on these topics. And the last thing here, this is my family. I'm a big fan of D&D. I am a dungeon master for a couple of groups, and this is a sketch from one of the D&D artists that I had commissioned of my family. So I've got a wife and 3 daughters, as well as now like a puppy somewhere running around. So my house is pretty hectic. If you wanted to follow me on social, you can find me on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. Either type in my name or type in Joe Finds Talent. It's one of those. Cool. So this is my career as well. So I mentioned I've been working tech and games for about 12 years. I've kind of done it in sections, really. So bachelor's in philosophy. There wasn't a lot of philosopher jobs after I graduated, so I wanted to move to London, get into the tech industry. I started in a recruitment agency and then moved in-house to a company called Huddle. I helped them grow from about 200 to 1,000 in 2.5 years, which was incredible, really. They did sports analytics software. Sports was not my passion. Video games is very much my passion. So I've been lucky enough to work at companies like EA and Epic Games and Space Ape. So I worked at EA for 3.5 years, hiring mostly for their studios across Europe. And so titles that I helped hire for would be like the Battlefield franchise, Need for Speed, Star Wars Battlefront. And I did a lot of work with the Frostbite team. While I was at EA, there was a whole drive to more than double the size of the Frostbite team. So the Frostbite is EA's proprietary engine. To be fair, a lot of the work I did on Frostbite led to actually moving over to Epic and joining the Unreal Engine team ahead of Unreal Engine 5. So I was at Epic for 3 years, initially on the Unreal Engine team, hiring like crazy to launch Unreal Engine 5. Also worked a lot with like the MetaHuman team and some of the other like subsidiaries of Unreal Engine as well. And then I moved over to the Fortnite team and spent a good chunk of time hiring for highly technical and programming roles for the Fortnite team. So between EA and Epic, I've hired every single position that a AAA game studio would ever need, from intern to like senior director level. And then I did a very short contract at Space Ape just before this current role, where Space Ape is a mobile game studio in London. They just announced they've been officially acquired by Supercell. And yeah, that was a great but very short experience before joining Play Ventures. So Play Ventures, we're actually a venture capital firm. We invest in early stage gaming companies. We have about 90 companies in our investment portfolio right now. And our job board, I just looked at it just a moment ago, it has 76 jobs available on there. And I'll link that job board somewhere. So that's a real mix across the whole games industry. You've got studios, got like gaming tech, esports, even like mobile consumer apps. Yeah, so there's a real range that we invest in, and my role is to help founders grow their gaming companies. So it's very diverse, and I love that. All right, let's actually get into the meat of this presentation, which is what you're all eagerly awaiting. I'm going to start with this question, right? So at EA, I did actually help with intern hiring for multiple years for our game studios and for our engine teams. And so at EA, we're talking thousands of applications for an internship. And I'm using internships as an example here because that's where the biggest mass of applications would come. I think there's probably some, entry-level people in this chat as well as some experienced ones. Also at Epic, like if we put out an internship ad, we're talking somewhere about 5,000 to 10,000 applications per ad. And we might be, I remember one year at Epic, we hired somewhere around 70 to 90 interns, right? So I'm not going to do the quick math on that, but we're talking a lot of applications. There are ways that recruiters automatically filter out, auto reject. I haven't seen anyone use AI for this yet. I'm sure that's going to change. But there's some filters and things you can auto reject, and then there'll be a human actually looking at these things. So how do I get through them quickly? Well, when I talk about auto rejecting, I'll pull up the recruiting system and I'm like, right, how am I going to get this 10,000 number down to 20 people that I talk to? 10,000 down to 20. That I filter, and I would automatically look at, okay, I would auto reject anyone who has not added a cover letter in there or a CV, right? They just haven't added a file to their application. That's an easy one. They're gone. If they have not uploaded a portfolio, reject them. If they're not, also things like, and if applicable, location and education requirements. Like if we're hiring in a specific country, especially for junior entry-level roles, sometimes you just auto-reject anyone that is not currently in that country or not able to relocate. It sounds brutal, but that's just the reality of how things are. And then when you get into looking at their profile, they don't mention anything to do with games. So you're hiring for game design. They haven't used the word design anywhere on their profile. They have no gaming formal education. They've got no game projects. They've done no game jams. Did nothing. It's like that's a very quick scan, quick delete, right? And so just from doing those things, you'll be surprised. You could probably take that 10,000 down to about 500, and that's just because of the amount of spam that you would get, or the amount of very low quality applications that you would get. So I'm now manually looking at, let's say, 500 profiles. What do I actually want to be looking at, or like what's my advice for you for what a really good portfolio looks like? So first of all, I'm going to say make it accessible and easy easy to access, I think that the very best scenario is a personal website. And my advice for personal websites is please use a template like Wix, Squarespace, WordPress. Building your own website is very rarely impressive. It just, if it's not easy to navigate and it's not aesthetically pleasing, even if you went to the effort of building the website yourself from scratch, I don't think you're going to get any bonus points if it's just hard to read. So please just use those templates. There's questions coming up in the chat. I'm going to wait to the end, I think, to answer them. But I'll definitely try and get through this presentation so I can answer them all. So there's some really good questions there. Quality over quantity. So I think a big problem that I see, or like a common mistake that I see here, is that people will upload all of their work because they might believe, oh, they've been on a journey from the beginning of when they start making art to now. And it's like, I'm not interested in your journey necessarily, like in an application review. I'm interested in your current skills. Like, what can you currently do? And so I want to see your very best work and recent work. And I would rather see 2, 3, like really great quality pieces rather than 10 plus that have a real variety of differing qualities. So quality, not quantity. Show you're working. So this is really, really key because we want to know like how you got from concept to completion. And by the way, portfolios can be for anything where you make stuff. Programming, design, art. Doesn't, like, I often get asked, like, how can a programmer have a portfolio? And I'm like, you can show your code snippets, you can show the end game result, you can talk about the whole process of how you got to that end result. And that's what we are really interested in. We're really interested in learning about how you collaborated with others, like what tools you use, what was the decision making around using that engine compared to another engine, or that programming language compared to another programming language. So I think the best format, kind of like write it out almost like an article, your concept or your idea, like, and then build it step by step, and images and videos along the way to make it really engaging. That can be fantastic. Be clear on your contributions. You will likely have like team-based work in your portfolio, which is great. Like studios want to see team-based projects because the job you will be hired for, you will be working as part of a team. So solo projects are fine too. That's great. But it's great to have a balance with some team-based projects as well. But you want to be really clear on your contributions. Here's the end result, and I did this specific thing, and here's how I did this, and here's how it plays into the wider picture. Yeah, I've already mentioned use a combination of text, video, images to make it very engaging. And this feels like an obvious one, but something that I would say a lot of portfolios don't do. Make sure that there's like a contact you button somewhere on your portfolio, or your email address or something like that, because if you are really promoting your portfolio, sending it to lots of people, you never know, it might get like passed from one person to another. Someone may land on it and be like, I love this portfolio, I really want to reach out to this person. Surprising how many people go to all this work to put their portfolio out there, but they are really hard to contact. Okay, I appreciate I might be talking through these concepts quite quickly, but I'm keen to just give you the facts, and then I can answer some of your questions. So making your portfolio stand out. We'll go through these one by one. So make your own experience. So I think, and by the way, a lot of these tips are, I guess, are for entry-level folks. So apologies if you're very experienced. There's definitely some that will apply, but this is definitely for entry-level. Make your own experience. So okay, so you can't get yourself an internship or work experience in the games industry, and you feel, oh, your application is looking quite light on experience. That's fine. You can make your own experience, right? You can make a solo project. You can go online and find game dev communities and be like, I'm building this game. Who wants to help? You could even like spend a small amount of money and like hire some like designers on Fiverr and try and make a or something like that. Make a project. either way, just make your own work for your portfolio if people are not giving you work. Like create a Discord server, like create an online community, create a gaming event, like write about game reviews and make your own blog or article. It doesn't really matter if anyone's reading it or or anything like that, or anyone's playing your games, but you've been through the process of creating something, putting it out there to the world, and showing off the skills and quality that you have. So start networking now. Everyone who's in this chat, great. Everyone who's here and is contributing questions and being proactive, awesome. And imagine you are also really, really good at just chatting to people. And networking sounds, I think for most people, it sounds quite intimidating. But I would say the games industry is full of incredibly welcoming and friendly people. People in the industry are very much aware of how hard it is to get into the games industry. And we would love it if it was easier, right? And this is why I'm here right now, trying to give you as much information as possible. You are all welcome to email me or message me on LinkedIn after this, asking for my advice. Like that is networking, right? Messaging someone is networking. My key advice for networking, though, is not to just request and never give back. Like try and make the other person's life as easy as possible. If you're like, hey, I just applied for this job at your company, this is why I would love to be considered. Here's my application. Like, great, you've just made that person's life easier. They can go review your application very fast. Or you start off with a compliment. I love the game that you worked on that you just released, and I just thought I'd reach out and say hi. Don't just get in touch and be like, help me find a job. That's just pure take and not giving anything. Follow up. I would say 0.1% of applications that I would ever review actually do any sort of proactive outreach. So let's use that example earlier of 10,000 people applying for a job, right? How many people would actually message me directly and be like, hey, I've just applied for this job. I'd love for you to consider me, right? I'm so easily contactable. My email is in the bio on every single social platform going. I would probably get like a few people message me. So that's even less than 1%. And people get scared. They get intimidated. It's like, what's the worst case scenario? I just don't respond. It's not bad scenarios. If you apply to any job, message someone at that company, ideally the hiring manager or a recruiter, someone in HR, and just be like, I would love to be considered for this job for these reasons. That's why I like your company specifically in the role. And I have applied. So if you could review me first, that I'd really appreciate that. Do it. It makes a massive, massive impact. You can build your skills in other industries. The chances are, if you're not in the games industry right now, hey, you might not get into the games industry for a while. Unfortunately, it's a numbers game, right? There's a massive amount of people trying to get into the games industry and only a certain amount of jobs. But what you can do is build your skills in other industries. I got into the games industry after about 5 years. And it was my dream to get into games that entire time. But I built up experience hiring all the roles that you need to build software. Games are, funny enough, they are software. So the sideways move I made into games, it was actually not too hard to ramp up because I love playing and critiquing games and being part of the games community.
Joe, we have 2 minutes. Time to wrap
2
up.
minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. We're on the last point. I'm here to help, so drop me an email if you need me. I think that's it. Thanks. Yeah, you got me just at the end there. I mentioned I'll happily answer some questions until Oleg fully cuts me off. There are a lot, so I don't know, Oleg, if there's any particular questions here you wanted me to take on in the chat.
Yeah, Joe, I think how we agreed previously, if you have a moment to stay on Discord in the Q&A channel to get the questions. And guys, I saw there were some fantastic questions coming in the comments, but we need to move on with the program. So we are going to go to the next speaker. So I'm asking you to now drop those questions on Discord. I tagged Joe there. He's also marked as a speaker on Discord. So in the Q&A chat channel, please drop the questions there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Alrighty, we move on with the program. Hi, Maria.
Hello, hello.
Can you hear us?
I can hear. All good.
All good. Thank you very much. Now we are moving to the most interesting topic of the day for me as a former project manager. I think we've been discussing this for quite some time. So fantastic to have you here today. First, introduce yourself so that people know what we're gonna do.
Alrighty, so hi, I'm Maria Maunula, a Finnish game developer, been in the industry for roughly 6 years, mostly on mobile games, esports, match 3, all sorts of different genres, different game types, from new concepts to really old games, and currently working at Supercell in Heyday as a game producer.
Yeah, game producer. I myself, when I said why this is the most interesting project, most interesting topic for today, because I used to be a project manager in software development, and I almost never saw project manager roles in the games industry. So maybe, Maria, my first question would be, what is a producer really?
Ooh. That's a tough one, because also every single time I start a company, my team comes to me like, so what is it that you actually do here? Basically, producer is a project manager. Yes, so we take care of timelines, tools, people, managing expectations, making sure that everybody's on the same page, and hopefully ensure we have a great delivery of players.
And producer is doing what?
Exactly. Basically, I'm your Jira janitor.
Fantastic. Before we move on with the questions, I wanna share something. Let me try with myself. So this is, guys, if you're joining, this is the cornerstone of any project management, I would say. So there are 3, I would say, pillars. It's cost, because everything costs. If somebody works for you, there's always cost. Tools, software, computers, anything has a cost. Then there's time, the time to develop something, to deliver, and then there's a scope. So basically what we're building. So as a former project manager, I love this concept. I said, as a cornerstone to any project management. So today we're going to, in our questions with Maria, we're going to discuss about all those aspects. So once again, scope is what we're building. It's a game, mobile game, this kind of game, this genre, and it's going to address this market. How long it's going to take us to build the game, that's the time, right? 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. And then there's a cost, right? How big of a team we need to have, what kind of computer servers, what kind of tools we need to have to build it. So all of this come together, and as a project manager, my job was to make sure that what we agreed maybe in the beginning, we are going to do in a certain timeline, and we are going to deliver it within the certain budget, so to say. And if you try to move these pillars a little bit, the others are affected. Yes, exactly. So it's triple constraint structure. Maria, does this also apply to games?
I would say absolutely yes, but also with a different layer maybe slapped on top of this. So I've been talking a lot about the differences between classical IT and game devs, and sorry for a bit of stereotypical example, but while a lot of IT side of products that we develop are crucial, even critical for our society, like hospital things, educational tools and stuff, On the game side, we focus on entertainment, and that's important for culture-wise. But when we develop it, I would actually draw on this triangle and another triangle with the people, with the fun and the creativity, because that's something we can't miss out from games as it's entertainment. Of course, they all align with each other, but that's an action like different layer on top of it, and especially as producer versus classical IT with project manager, we often have the people responsibility as well. So yes, that's also cost and scope and time, but that's how do we ensure we have the best people working on the best things? How can we nurture and allow that creativity from these people to kind of infuse to this triangle? So can't really put it in a nice, easy words, but I hope that made some sense.
No, it's exactly what I wanted to talk about today, because as a software developer and a project manager, this interested me a lot. And as I said, now I've been recruiting in the games industry for 6 years, and I almost never actually came across the project manager role. So it always interested me what are the differences, let's put it this way, between the software development project managers and the games producer, because games are software in the end of the day, and what George just said. So moving on, this is a fireside chat, questions and answers. And guys, for everyone, again, I'm saying that after the talk, Maria will be available for the Q&A session on Discord. So if you want to drop by more questions, but I prepared some questions that we thought would be interesting. And of course, personally myself, I'm here to learn. And I think I would be very much curious to know, Maria, how did you become producer? That story, how did it happen?
So guys, I used to sell porcelain toilets to customers, and people are like, so how did you end up from that to games? I think something valuable for you guys, and maybe it has been covered in this session already today, but is your transferable skills. So I look at it from very logical mindset. What are the skills that I'm actually using when I do sales to transfer into games world? And as a producer, it's about selling a lot of stuff. So if I would ask from any team, do you love tools like Jira? No one actually likes that tool. So I need to sell that tool and allow the team to understand why that would benefit from them. Why would we use such a tool? And the same way other way around, as a team, if we have the autonomy to make great risky policy decisions, what kind of game you want to do, someone needs to be able to often sell it to higher up somewhere in the management or even investors. Why would this be a good idea? So producer is partly sales as well. That is something I fully transferred from the sales background. And when I started my journey in games industry, I was actually doing player support and community management, which is all about that relations with the end customer and the product. So being the bridge between, it was very easy for me to hop onto the player support, as it was very similar to normal customer care in any store that I used to work, understanding the customers, aka players' need, understanding their ability to interact with that. For example, do our players have the money to buy the things that we try to sell? Why would they invest into that product that we try to sell? And transfer their worries, their challenges, their issues like bugs, then to developers. So being that communication bridge, sales really helped me. Educational level, I'm a media assistant. It helped me to have a little bit of technical understanding on things, but it's more for the movie world. And I did some free time hobbies as web pages and photography and this kind of thing. So nothing really games related, but a lot of tiny things related to entertainment and fun and creating experiences for people as a hobby. So I think that helps a lot. And of course, I'm a gamer myself, so learning how the games work, why do people enjoy playing games is, I think, crucial part.
Is it a must to be like a player to be a good producer?
No, actually no, but it does help to understand all sides, because so many times, especially if you're indie developer, you might want to build a game for yourself. but do you have an actual audience who would enjoy that game? So thinking how we could segment and group players, what kind of player behaviors there might be, what motivates them helps. So if you have a motivation of your own, that helps you to understand at least one segment, but hopefully you also consider others, not just you.
Yeah, interesting. My story as a project manager was that I did start as a software developer, developed mobile game, not unfortunately not mobile games, but apps for Nokia phones with the C++, and maybe I was never like a good software developer. I did a little bit of testing, a little bit of integration, and then I knew it all, the whole kind of from inside, how the software is built, how it's put to the phones and everything. So for me, it was a little bit natural. I liked working with people. I like to be like an integrator between within the team, making sure, like you said, that janitor is a great example of it. So for me, the natural career progression was to become like a software project manager. But it didn't have much of a creativity. It was a very like day-to-day, every Monday meeting, every Friday wrap up meeting kind of a way, very much like water flow. We didn't talk those days about agile, nothing like that. But I know how software built, and I think this is what makes me a pretty good recruiter, understanding like some technical aspects. So my question would be, what qualities do you think the producer should have to be successful in the industry?
Oh, that's funny because it took me a while to find that production is my craft and my jam, basically. So exploring those community management layers, support sides, I really had to think what kind of skills I want to develop further, or what do I maybe have built in me already. I would say certain kind of leadership has always come very naturally for me, but I truly believe everyone can learn to be a good leader, and that demands a lot of soft skills. So while I lack some of the technical skills, like don't ask me code C++, but if you have a conflict within your team, I'm great to settle that. So soft skills, definitely communication, empathy, understanding people's frustrations, problem solving is probably the major for all crafts in game development. And one thing that's not really a skill specific thing, but I don't even know how to format it, but curiosity. That's something for every single craft. As an employee, no matter what field you work, please stay curious. Actually, I got a lot of speed roll on my career because I asked a lot of questions. How do we do this? Why do we do it this way? Because I'm also thinking there must be a better way how to do this, optimizing or finding a better way, seeking those why do people get frustrated about certain things, or why is this not feature performing well. So just sometimes I feel like I'm one of those 2 years old kids with the asking age, asking so many questions that people get even frustrated. But that helps us as a team to figure out new solutions, thinking solutions outside of the box, and especially challenge thinking. So we have a lot of people coming from IT world to games, and sometimes for us it feels that you are quite constrained with certain habits. This is how it has been always done. Meanwhile, we are trying to break how it has been always done. So just staying curious, soft skills, problem solving. Those would be the top 3.
Nice, interesting. I want to hear more about that, and especially what does your typical working day look like?
Oh, there's no typical working day. That's part of the salt of the job. Every single day is very different, but I'm a big fan of structures. And especially when we think about human brain, how do we work? We benefit from having a little bit of structure. So part of my role often, and this is very familiar also with IT world, is to set up certain milestones and repeating, concurring things that we can rely. So I'm a big fan of agile. I do try to implement some form of sprint planning and retrospective at the end of the development cycle or end of the sprint. So as people, as a team in the sprint planning, we could always come together, align what is it that we want to achieve, what is it actually doable for us on work scope wise, and then at retrospective return to think about that. So those are probably the only two steady things in my work. Everything else depends who needs me most for which day and what is the situation with the release. Are we close to release? Are we just planning it forward? Are we researching what we are doing and so on?
And how long are your these cycles? This, as you said, the development cycles, or no?
They're so different for every team, every game. I would say when we are concepting or prototyping, the cycles are really, really fast. I would say even 1 week to 2 weeks. Or if you're hardcore, hyper casual mobile game, you probably live off by these 2 week cycles. But then when we are a long-term game, for example, I've been working on some games that have been in the market for a long time, like Best Fiends, Drive Ahead, or Heyday now. We have a little bit different structure. We have already set manners and practices. So, for example, we do release roughly big releases 4 times a year. And then the cycles around those depends what is it that we are building. The one thing I don't want to force is that, hey, we need to build something always for the next release. So if you would like to do a big guild system, for example, why not take the time that it deserves and needs rather than push it for weird imaginary time box just because of time box.
Yeah, actually, would be my next question, because I think in software development there's like very predefined like phases, right? Maybe like there's a research, there's a design, there's a development, testing, and then there's a release. So it's very like progression, like driven kind of way. And in game development, how would you describe most common phases, if there are any?
Maybe something, this might be also my stereotype, challenge me if I'm wrong on this, but what I think more in the IT world is you do a feature, you complete it, you move to the next one, you may come back to fix some bugs, but in games, it's constant iteration. Maybe people remember when season passes or battle passes came for the first time years ago. We are still going back to the same features even now today to see if we can extend it. Nowadays we have those 2 tracks, like the paid and the free one. We might have like extensions, so many other things. So basically we need to always go back. And that's a mistake I see often studios making, is kind of fire and forget. You have to rush in to try to make all the features at once. Rather focus on the core things in your game and make those as good as they can be, but also don't stay forever in one single thing. It's a hard to balance on there.
Yeah, quite interesting. I showed that triangle in the beginning, which is like scope, timeline, and the cost or the budget. But I understand that in software development, again, it's a little bit more straightforward. Basically, you know what you're going to build. You have the team, so you know how roughly it's going to cost, and you need some time to deliver it. But in the games industry, it's quite different, right? Because you, first of all, have many more variety of roles. I'm oversimplifying it, but in software development, you need your designer, you need a developer, right? And you maybe need a backend developer or the DevOps. Here you go. Here's a team that can basically build like a product. But there's so many other roles, and creativity part, you can't really control it. So my question, in the games industry, how flexible is this triangle, scope, time, and cost during development?
Depends, of course, on the company and their strategy, but I would say it has to be flexible. That's in the core of it. Even roadmaps, when we build them, that's also where I think maybe the IT sees us as a little bit of black sheep. But whenever I make a roadmap, I make sure that everyone in the team understands this is a living beast. It is not locked in roadmap. If any of the dates need to move, that's absolutely okay. We just need to have a good reason for it and justify that and do a planning around that. But it is supposed to move based on the needs. We do discover while developing quite a lot, and we try to be smart and get as much as we can, like user feedback and data already as early as we can, and that should affect the development as quick as it can. So we also need to be very reactive that way. And we have luckily a lot of great tools, like Playtest Cloud is one of my favorites, where we can drop the version earlier and test it with real players, have real feedback. And there has been cases where we, for example, put like 100 portrait mode game where releasing your finger was shooting, and we felt happy about it. And Playtest Cloud players told us that every single one of them hated it because they didn't understand it. They tried to tap the screen like crazy. So we would be just stupid if we wouldn't move our timelines and planning, because we now knew that, okay, we actually have to change this. This is not feeling fun, or it's not what players expected. So would be just stupid to leave the deadline because we set the deadline.
Yeah, quite interesting. So as we discussed earlier, I want to that the core gameplay, right? And if it doesn't feel like it's, you are flexible to basically delay or iterate or something like that. Does this happen a lot?
Constantly, all the time, every time. Of course, for example, working a game like Heyday, which is 12 years old already, the core is functioning, working. We have iterated it millions of times, but there's still always room for improvement. So we do want to check it and balance. And the player base is also changing. The users are changing. Expectations are changing. So always looking at that, but especially when working on new games. I strongly believe that a lot of the monetization, optimization, all that can be done after the fun core has been proven. And something that as a producer I tried to bring within the team is that, maybe I'm biased again, but on IT it feels like someone designs it and then the team just executes it. But in games it's almost the other way around. So design has the vision, but the developers infuses their technical way how it could function even better. And then we have community gathering the sentiment. We have the artists making it beautiful with the creative look. So it's not top down, it's bottom up, and everyone in the team should be able to impact on it. And if we don't like the core, why would the players like the core? So it's a bit of a gut feeling, bit of experience and expertise, and then also just trying out some crazy things. There's a lot of games where one of the best parts of even on the core loop may have become because of an accident. Someone just, for fun, what if this would fly backwards? What if running character would actually fly? This kind of random things, and it's trial and error, basically.
I want to ask you this. Now you just mentioned that if the team doesn't feel like it, so do you like gameplay yourself? Like, do you have this playtest done with the team?
We love playtests. We live and breathe them. As a producer, I actually, when I set up a playtest, I might not play myself. I work as the secretary for that meeting, so I take notes. But what I actually do in that meeting, I listen. What is the sentiment? What is the buzz? If the room is dead silent, boring, quiet, that's a bad sign. But if the room feels like live, we laugh, we enjoy, we flag things, that's a very promising thing. And those kind of things I want to highlight.
Quite interesting. So I understand that in the game development, you have that strong emphasis on the player experience, right? How it feels. Compared to maybe, like, again, coming with my very different way of thinking about project management, how does this player experience or this creativity part kind of, how does it influence the way the scope, time, and cost managed? Like, I understand that thing, but how? Like,
yeah. It's a funny thing because while I'm pushing our team to be very creative and throw even the craziest ideas, I'm also the bad cop coming in like, yeah, that's a great idea. Now let's actually think if it's doable for us, what kind of technical limitations we have, what kind of cost it comes with, what kind of restraints. And especially when mobile games, we operate mostly in the live ops space, so free to play, long-term gameplay with the content. The one thing I hate is content treadmill. So I really try to first push people to put the most crazy ideas and then roast the ideas, and then together we pick the most important ideas, because the scope is a big thing, and it doesn't make sense for us to drag ourselves into the forever content treadmill that would eat all of our money, time, and space to be creative. So it comes with the limitations, and I do hold myself responsible of setting the sandbox corners for the team with the creativity, so to say.
Yeah. Then, okay, each game, it has the core gameplay, but then it also has a lot of features, right? So how do you prioritize which features? How do you prioritize features in the game to keep that great player experience?
I keep asking myself that every day as well. It is a tough one, and I personally, not everybody might agree with me, but I said the player experience is the North Star, for example. So I do want to have the sentiment from the players. What is it that they need or are missing from the game? Compare that to real data. Where do we may see challenges? Where do we have potential opportunities? And then also coming with a team, like, what is it that would really make you happy to develop? What kind of features? We do have very classical structures and tools, frameworks like Rise or Recall, where we compare the reach versus the impact versus the cost. But those tools, if we fully rely on them, where does it leave our gut feeling, our expertise as game developers? So that's something it's thin line to balance between. And sometimes we have to take risks. We don't know always if it's going to work out. And that's maybe the luxury that we have on the game side, which I don't think it's not so easy or accessible always on the on the IT side of very, for example, legally limited projects on banking or something like that, or like train systems or similar hospital things. I don't want you to explore and take risks with my health programs, basically.
And not a banking app as well.
Yes.
For sure.
I want my money to go safely from A to B.
Exactly. Yeah. But this is quite interesting. I mean, I love this conversation. Do you find that creative freedom, what we just spoke about, does it make your job difficult to still control? I mean, you still need to, because, I mean, I'm going to put it bluntly, right? You can develop like fantastic games. And I see this all the time, that great teams try to develop great games, and then they keep developing it for so long that they just run out of money. And then unfortunately, this happens, like I see this does happen like all the time in the industry. So how, like, does this creativity, because there's no limit to creativity, right? I like to think about it, but still, does this creativity, does it make your job hard in terms of like still having some kind of control, some kind of prediction that, okay, we are gonna make that game, or we are gonna we're like, this is like that we have enough money to finish, and what we do is gonna generate this money back.
Even within games, we have such a different ways of functioning. We have, for example, console studios who commit to portfolio strategy for years, for trilogies or even longer. And then we have the more risk taker entrepreneur mindsets, maybe on the mobile space, who might try to get that one hit wonder, for example. So it shouldn't be me who's controlling that, but I as a producer need to make sure that every stakeholder understands what's on the line, what is the risk, opportunities and challenges we might take. I've been working in companies where the whole team has committed to take such a big risk that they know if we fail this, the studio will go down. And I salute to that. I would never try to constrain the team like, oh, we can't do this because we run out of money. That would make us very generic, basic, boring games that also exist in the market, and they don't perform, as a lot of you have seen some of those games. And on the controversy, there's people like, I want to use Larian Studios and Baldur's Gate 3. If someone would come to an investor, we are going to spend 7 years of making this fantasy game with an extensive lore and crazy characters. that's just ballsy, and I love that because that made it a really freaking good game and everybody loves it. They have to trust their gut feeling and take that massive risk. If this fails, all the 7 years went to south, we got no money back, maybe the studio needs to close, kind of thing. So there's no right or wrong answer to that, but it depends also as a producer how close you are on the money side people. So are you working with the C-level? Can you calculate the budgets, how much risk you can take? And for example, do the games that you want to do fit the portfolio team that your company has? Not always that's the case. And we have had some tough discussions about that with a lot of teams. Sometimes it doesn't happen, but personally, I love when it's bottom up, the team decides.
Maria, I could continue this discussion like for another hour, I know, but I just want to say that I see the questions coming in. I love this discussion. We need to move on with the program. So I'm gonna invite everyone to connect, drop your questions on Discord. Maria, thank you so much for your time. We need to move on with the program. Thanks, fantastic to have you here.
On Discord. Thank you, folks.
So hello.
Oh, hey.
How you doing, Vladan?
Oh, pretty good. Thank you for asking. I was kind of happy to hear the ending of your last talk because it kind of ties in well with what I'm trying to talk about today.
Absolutely. So, Vladan, I'm not going to take a lot of time and space. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for joining us today. Start first.
Thank you for inviting me, Oleg. I mean, I'm a part of this program for a second year in a row now, and we always have a ton of amazing people joining us for calls, and hopefully this year too. And even more, hopefully, what I'm going to say has some weight with them and has a way to resonate with them as professionals. Now, talking about what I'm going to talk about today is turning ideas into games, or rather how we can demystify creative process and how we can avoid something that was mentioned in the end of the last call, creative process and ideas being the ones that run studios into ground, that create this situation of running teams into tight corners, constantly developing, constantly changing ideas, and iterating during the production process. So what I'm trying to talk about is how we as creators create a healthy production structure, how we cater to healthy production structure with the way that we structure our ideas. That being said, maybe it would be polite to have a couple of words about myself. My name is Mladen, as Oleg already mentioned, and I'm Director of Design at Magic Media and also a Professor of Narrative Design at Faculty of Media and Communications in Belgrade. I'm also former Director in Playrix and Head of Narrative in iPix Entertainment, and during past 15 years, I created more than a couple of games, some of which you can see under my charmingly non-smiling face on the right. With that out of the way, let's get to the core of today's talk. And pardon me if I sometimes sound as a pharmaceutical commercial talking really fast, but it's due to our short time span that we've been given for this lecture. So, yeah, I wanted to create this as a tagline for today's lecture, like why the optimism doesn't work. Optimism is nice. It's good to be optimistic, especially if you are in a creative industry like video games. But in reality, it's that optimism that often leads us into these already mentioned corners. It's our optimism that often leads us into situations of our production cycles being bad and badly structured. So maybe it's a good point also to tell a personal story, to admit a personal fault, because some 20 years ago or so, yep, I'm that old, I was sitting down with a couple of my friends and we were talking about maybe creating a game of our own. We were at that point a part of a modding community for several big titles, and we believed that we know everything that there is to know about video games. So we said, yeah, a couple of us can code, a couple of us can draw, some of us can write, some of us can model, so why the hell don't we create a game of our own? And we tried that, but we tried to create a full-fledged classic RPG based on nothing except of that optimism that was fueled with, yeah, we are playing games, we know games, we are playing a ton of D&D, so we must be amazing. And we ended up trying to create, as I said, a fully fledged traditional RPG game. And we committed to it for a year and a half, and we seriously failed in producing any coherent content out of it. But it was a learning opportunity. We created that without ever going to square one. It was a creative chaos. We wanted to create. We were fueled with the need, with the urge to create. And as creative people, as people who want to do stuff, who want to create stuff, and not only for ourselves to be entertained, for a wider audience to be entertained, this is what we often succumb to. Believing that the passion that we feel, believing that the strength of the ideas that we have is enough to fuel us through this process. And it's not. So where it all begins is with having this amazing idea, whether a providence shone light on you and gave you an information nobody else has, so you suddenly have this wonderful idea for a new game, or you were sitting talking with your friends and you got to a conclusion that leads you to an amazing game idea. There is one thing that is mutual for all these ideas. They are not unique. And most likely you are not special for having an idea. And that is sometimes extremely hard to explain to people. But if you enter a creative surrounding like a video game production company, you will be surrounded with hundreds or thousands of really creative and amazing people. And if you tap anybody on their shoulder, there is an insane chance they will have a couple of ideas for a game. Rather, if you run out in the street in front of in the place where you're living and find a random person under age 60 and tap them on the shoulder in the same way and say, yeah, do you have an idea for a game? There is a good chance they would have a couple. So just having an idea doesn't mean it's amazing. You have to run to a certain cycle. You have to put it under a certain level of test and iteration in order to understand if it is really a good game. Now, what you can do before you make a mistake that me and my friends had when we were young and committing a lot of time or a lot of money, which is pretty much the same, to the idea that you put together. And this doesn't make any difference if you are a solo developer, if you're a member of an indie team, or if you're a member of a huge company. In every of these situations, you are, as a creative person, somebody who is able to take this step back, to analyze, to iterate, before you reach out to the people who will help you bring this idea to life. And during that period, during that short ideation period, you're wasting no money, no time, save for your own. And this is the cheapest, absolutely the cheapest part of the development cycle. So where is our step one? Well, as simple as it sounds, is to make sure that what you have is an idea fit for a game as a medium. Now, it might sound really, really simplistic, but it is important, because maybe we should take even a step back. Make sure it's an idea, because I'm going to create a free-to-play game which will make me billions is not an idea. It might be a seed of a business plan, but it's not an idea for a game. And you need to make a step back and to realize what is the real game that you want to create before committing to these steps. And then, even then, you need to understand if your idea is fit for a game. Maybe you want to tell a story. And if you just want to tell a story, maybe you should do it in a visual way. Maybe you should do it by writing a book. Being a part of narrative in many years, I've seen this problem many times. Some people just want to tell stories, and some of these stories are fit for games. Some of them aren't. And the core difference being what we are creating isn't just a storytelling device. Games, yes, they tend to tell stories, and they tend to tell it in an interactive, in an amazing way, but they're also a product. And when you're designing a video game, you're designing a product, something which is intended to be used by somebody, intended to be played by somebody, intended to be consumed. And you need to keep that in mind. With that in mind, also, being original doesn't mean being good. Sometimes you can just be awkward, and you need to understand where is that thin line which puts you into this weird niche of creation, and something which puts you in a situation you can create a game which caters to wide audience. So maybe it's best to give you a cool example from current video games market. Let's take a game that I really like, Ghost of Tsushima. Why is that game amazing? And it is amazing. Is it because it has gameplay mechanics nobody ever saw before? Well, no. You saw most of these mechanics in this way or another in some of Assassin's Creed games previously, and in some other titles. Is it, in terms of narrative, a story that you never heard? I mean, it is an original story, but it is filled with tropes from samurai movies, from ancient tales. It's something which is created from a ton of tropes put together. Visually speaking, is it something that you never experienced before? Is it so cutting edge that you feel shocked when you see it? It's not. It's just good at what it does. And what it does is something that we'll mention also in step 2. It is a game about being a samurai, and it's amazing at that. So our games are experiences, are products, and let's treat it as such. When you think about your idea, when you're trying to decide if this idea that you're having is fit for a game, think about that experience. Think about what are you trying to give to players, and then you will understand if it is or not fit for a medium that we are creating here. And of course, and really importantly, even if you believe that you run into an idea which is unique, nobody ever tried before, still check the market. There's a history of around 50 years of video games being made, and there is a slight chance that somebody tried something like your idea or something adjacent to your idea. So make sure that you do your research. You have other people's mistakes to learn from. You don't have to make your own in order to do that. So once that you're made sure that, yeah, I want to create a game, it's something which is fitting with a medium, you need to check your whats and whos. And what are your whats? Oh, this sounds weird. But your what is the core that I previously mentioned, as what is the core experience that you are sharing with your players? Do you understand what is, where is the point of, moment where people's imagination kicks in and they percept your game for part of their experience of their life? And an amazing experience, an amazing example for that is even more recent game like Space Marine 2, Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. Yeah, they got me with an IP because I'm a huge Warhammer nerd, but at the same time, there was a power fantasy in that game. It was a power fantasy of being a Space Marine, and they chose that for a reason. Space Marine is absolutely the most popular unit ever created in that universe. So putting you in the role of that character meant something to that target audience, to the who of that game. So what they did, they went on a journey to create a game, an experience which emulates being a Space Marine to the best level possible in 2024. And they went good with that. It is a game that really well puts you in the role of Space Marine. And that's how games succeed, by understanding what they are supposed to be as an experience, but at the same time understanding the who's. or rather, who is that game made for, and what it means. When you match your what's against your who's, that is when you understand if you are hitting all the buttons that you are supposed to hit for that audience to go after a game and play it. So it's all part of the research. It's all part of the understanding of the perhaps maybe more business side or a bit more market side of the industry that we are part of. But it is crucial in order to shape that idea that you have to the best of its form and to present something rather to your team or to your decision holders as something that could be next big thing for you. So once that we understand this, we understand what we are creating, what kind of experience we're willing to share with the audience, and we understand who we are making it for. So who is that audience? We go to a trimming phase where we remove all the fat from the idea. We remove all the fluff, because there is something in the nature of creative people of just trying to do a lot of things at the same time. One idea sparks another. One feature gives you an idea for another, and you just keep piling and piling and piling and adding things to an already overgrown core of a game. What you need is to peel these layers. You cannot be vague. You need to be extremely precise with the core idea, with the core element of that gameplay, of what is the central gameplay players are going to be willing to engage with. And you need to get rid of the fluff, at least in this phase. There will be time later on in production to add these, to build on these. But here we are talking about bare bones, because bare bones are easy to iterate on. They are cheap to iterate on this phase. And before you engage all the other people around you, your team, your company, your capacities, to create a game out of this, you need to make sure that these bare bones are right, everything as it is supposed to be, and spare some money in the meantime. And now we come back like full circle to the story that I've been telling about my experience when I was younger. Can we make it? Can I make it? Depending on who you are in this industry and what is your current situation. Yeah, you might have an amazing idea for AAA RPG, but you're a solo developer. What are the chances that you are going to be the one who is going to gather this super team of people who are able to bring that to life? We are still getting back to that optimism place where we are trying to do things that are out of our reach. Why not make a step back and realize, yes, I maybe want to create a fully fledged RPG, but I cannot. I don't have time, I don't have resources, I don't have the abilities to do that. Or my company doesn't have abilities to do that, or my crew doesn't have the abilities to do that. So understand what are your strengths. You can still create an amazing game, whatever they are. Imagine if you are okay in coding, putting things together, you are passable in pixel art, you can still create that RPG in some roguelike format, pixel art format. You can still give people the core experience, the what of your idea, without having to be that AAA, highly polished, insane level of graphics. Especially today, it's 2024. People are cool with having nice, amazing indie experiences. They don't always yearn for having something which is AAA quality or AAA polish. It's nice, but it's an option. It's not your obligation to create games in this way. So try to be realistic, not to be pessimist, not to be optimist. Absolutely don't be an optimist. But be realistic what you can deliver. And don't wing it. Don't think that we'll figure it out along the way. We'll find a solution in 2 months, in 5 months. No, you won't. There is a slim chance it will happen, but in reality, it happens less than you think. So pick and cherry pick your team's talent, your own talent, what you can leverage as a professional, as a person, what you can bring to the table, and try to create a what out of it. Now, we were talking about RPGs because, yeah, I love RPGs. But imagine that you are, I don't know, a narrative designer. You know how to write. That is your strength. Then you lean into it and you create something like Life and Suffering of Sir Brand. That's one of the most amazing role-playing game experiences because it was good at its what. Suspension of disbelief was immaculate, even though it's a choose your adventure type of text-based game. It didn't have flashy graphics. It had some amazing art, of course, but it didn't have flashy 3D graphics that you would expect of a game in the genre. But it still was, in its core, the what that I'm mentioning since the beginning. It was amazing. And bear that in mind. Whatever your talent is, you can create a great experience out of it. And then, after you put it all to paper, go iterate, because you are still cheap. It's still just you. It's still just you testing your idea, running it around, finding another angle at it, just in order to try to make it feasible for you, for your team, to craft it into a product. Because a mediocre game that is finished is better than an amazing game that's never seen the market. And finally, when you jump to all these hoops, it's time for you as a creative person, as a creative director, to create a vision document. Vision document, many people mistake that for, yeah, let me write you a story about my game. And then going into details, writing this Lord of the Rings level story, boring everybody out of their minds. And I am a narrative designer, again, by trade, so pardon me for being so frank. Because what the game is in vision document is by far more important than what the game is about. That doesn't mean that your vision document won't have the elements of lore, world building, of telling the story, but it's more like a document that does your explanation to your team, to investors, to anybody around, what the hell are you trying to create? And it's really, really important to focus on that. Like, what's entertaining in this experience? Where's the what? Where's the core experience? This, how the gameplay works? What is my high level idea of this game working? And in order to do that, you have a couple of things to add. Of course, a basic game overview for people who are going to read just the front page of your document and then skim through everything else. But it also has to have like game pillars, core elements of gameplay, not extremely well defined. Of course, you can do it in this phase, but you're not supposed to. Go to a high level design, go to a philosophy of game, go to a feeling of a game, of a high level features that you want to see included in this game. If it is a side scroller beat 'em up, just state it and give a short paragraph or two explanation of all these mechanics. Same goes for art style. You don't have to draw it. You can pick up pictures from internet. You can create something by AI. You can ask your friend to draw them. I don't care. The point of having art style in or mood board in the vision documentation is sharing how you, as a creative person, as a creator of this idea, imagine this looking like, and translating this idea easier. Of course, now we are getting to where we began. Some story, some world building, but not because this is a document where you're supposed to tell everything about your game. This is the point where you are trying to excite people about it, to give a glimpse into your world to your team. Imagine you are being an artist and you're reading about this game. You need to feel the aesthetics of it. You need to feel what's the atmosphere that the creator is going for. Like Witcher 3, it's a dark RPG game set into the mythology of old Slavs. That's good enough. Just give a couple of world building elements to it more, and you will have everybody understanding what atmosphere you're leaning into. Target audience and market, that's something we already discussed. That's your who's. That's who you believe this game would fit for, because it will define many of the decisions, not only for you, but for the remainder of your team, how they are aiming to do their craft to the best level to appease certain corner of the market, a certain genre, or certain type of audience. And of course, at the end, for business purposes, if nothing else, but for creative purposes as well, unique selling points. Or rather, why do you believe that your what matches against your who really well? What's the difference between your game and every other game in the market of the similar genre or similar type? And once when we are done with this, when we are satisfied with this document, we iterated on it a couple of times, it's time to finally increase the costs and have a larger team on board. Meaning that's where when you add more people, different specializations, but not fully fledged team, not everybody, not 70 people jumping into production. It's your core decision holders. If you're not an artist, bring on an art director. If you're not a coder, bring on technical director. If you are not an animator, bring a lead animator to your help. And then use their expertises to use what you created as a vision document and create a basis for a future game. Now, how do we do that? Well, our next step would be to kick off a pre-production. Our next step would be to pick up all these people and to start crafting all the documentation that stems out of this amazing idea that you created. And this is the first risk point for your project, because as I said, you're increasing your cost finally in this moment. So what you're doing, don't you have a pre-production done once you have a vision document? Absolutely not. Because if I need to find a reference for this, maybe the best way would be to compare it with, well, building a skyscraper. Your vision document is somewhat of a hand-drawn sketch by an architect. Like, yeah, we could build a skyscraper, then sitting down, creating a basic idea around it, just to show to everybody, like, hey, this is what I created, this is what I have in mind. But then you have to have people of different specializations to chime in and to help you bring that to life, but not by instantly building it. It will still take a while before people with the bricks and mortar come to create a real thing. You still need to create a ton of documentation, a ton of plans in order for you to be able to build that skyscraper. And in many cases, I'll return all the way to the back of the beginning of this lecture. Teams began building their skyscrapers without having any plans laid out. And this is the moment where we try to avoid that. So what we're doing during the production, we'll keep our vision doc. We will polish it as we are making progress and as we are making core decisions here in order to keep it up to date, because it becomes your pitch document. It becomes something that you're sharing with the exterior of your team, for everybody to realize what you are working at, for everybody to be able to, maybe you want to talk to investors or you want to talk to shareholders. This is the document that you utilize for that. Then, really important for me, you create all the design documentation in this phase, meaning that you create the GDD, game design document, you define all the features, all the gameplay facets, you define the economy, you define store and lore documents, you create all the documents that are necessary to create this video game, for everybody to be aware what is the scope of the design of this product. We do the same for art. We test it out. We try to create different characters, different art styles, different UI styles. We try to experiment until we hit it on the head. That doesn't mean that we have to lock all of these absolutely in this process, but we need to get as close as possible. Same goes for our technical planning. We're creating technical design document. So we are trying to create technical plans, pipelines, structures, define all the softwares that we need, all the methods we need to utilize in order to get us over the finish line. Then, a really important one, we need to get to a production roadmap. We need to get our producers to understand all of this and to put it on a Gantt diagram, to structure it in a way that we understand, oh, this is our milestone. This is when we need to deliver first 5 characters. This is when we need to deliver our 7 environments, in order for our company or us as a team to be able to structure the team and structure the production in a way that matches with these
2
goals.
minutes, please.
All good. I'm on time. And of course, during this period, you're going to engage in prototyping. Now, depending on your scope of the team, depending on your ability, you can prototype in engine, but don't commit to that if you are a small team or if you are a solo developer. You can do prototypes in Figma. You can do prototypes even in some of AI models, or on a Google Sheet or a piece of paper. Do it the fastest way, not the flashiest way. And how long it should take? Well, it should take until you are done, until you're able to stand behind the plan that you created, until you believe that you can develop the product that you imagine in a timeline that was planned. And only then it's time to gather a full team, to muster all the resources, and start creating a game. Now, I know that it seems like a long-winded journey. I know that it seems like a lot of fuss, a lot of documentation creation, a lot of work done prior to finally doing what you like to do, stepping into engine, starting to create these characters, starting to create these interactions and facets and different game-defining elements. But that's not it. You need to commit to have it already developed in your mind and on paper and in documentation before you can fully commit to creating a video game. Only then, and even then with some risk, you can say that you have a project that has chances to be wrapped up at some point. And yeah, I believe that was about it, Oleg. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Vladan. Excellent presentation, very informative. I want to remind everyone that, Vladan, as we discussed on QA chat right now on Discord, you can still catch Vladan to drop the questions. It was excellent, exactly 30 minutes. So very professionally, thank you so much for this one. So once again, guys, yeah, please catch Vladan while he's still here.
Yeah, catch you all on Discord. Cheers.
All right.
Alrighty. Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Hello,
hey.
how you doing?
Hey.
My favorite session of the day. Thank you so much for joining us. I notified everyone. We got a lot of portfolios. So for everyone, I want to say that I have a fantastic team today. Now I'm just gonna be switching the portfolios. I'm not an artist, unfortunately. I can't draw, but I love these sessions because I learn a lot from those. And actually, I want to thank everyone who took time and submitted their portfolio. We got over 70 of those. So unfortunately, we'll not be able to go through all of those 70. So we shortlisted 10 or 11 portfolios. I know this session will probably overrun, so no problem with that. I really want to learn. And before we get started, maybe a quick round of introduction. Shiraj, you want to start?
Hey. Hello, everyone. I'm Shiraj, and I'm art director at Moon Active. I work from India, and I'm working on a new project at the company. And so excited. I really enjoyed all the portfolio and looking forward to talking about them today.
Alex, you want to go next?
Yeah, with pleasure. Hi, my name is Alexander Preuss. I'm art director at Magic Media. I'm in the industry, I started in the industry 1996, which makes it about 27 years in the business. While I worked on several projects, the biggest ones are X Rebirth, Squadron 42, Everspace 2, and I made my way around in the industry for some time. And I really look forward to this session now.
Ivan?
Hello, my name is Ivan, currently a senior game artist at Rovio. My game and visual development experience is, if to include my education, is about 10 years. And before that, I have more than 10 years of experience in design and advertising, graphic design and advertisement. So I guess that's all. Yep. Hope that's enough.
Good. Olga?
Hi, everyone. It's a great honor to participate in such a fantastic event, and it's my second time here. I'm a mid-level 3D character artist with 3.5 years of experience. And for the past year, I've been working at Magic Media. I've had the opportunity to work on projects like Crusader Kings 3, Beyond Good and Evil. And for the last 8 months, I've been on a team with Alex, working on an exciting new mobile game, Godforge. It's a pleasure to meet everyone here.
Fantastic. Crusaders King, one of my favorite games.
Yeah.
Small world. Alrighty. I notified all the artists who submitted the portfolio who's going to get it. So let's jump into it. Let me test the tech. And let's jump straight into it. So, Clara, hope you're here today with us. Thank you for submitting your portfolio. And this is the art piece, Clara Florin. So maybe we start with, we will change the way we go, but maybe, Shiraj, you start.
All right. So first of all, good work. I really liked it. There are some really nice stuff happening over here. And also it's very well presented. So there is like a 3D interactable turntable. And then also there are those close-up shots as we go to at the bottom. And also you have included the texture inspiration and also a bit of preview on the wireframe. So it's well presented. I also like the realism as the aesthetics that you're going for here. The stuff that I personally feel is something that you can improve as part of your presentation is to basically include a bit of your research. I think as an art director, the most important communication from a portfolio is about how an artist will work with the art director. And if you are somehow able to communicate that into your ArtStation individual projects, it gives more confidence to the hiring managers to understand that, yeah, I can see how a person, she or he, approaches a certain kind of job, and then what are the way where we will communicate and I'll provide feedback. So in that case, basically including this end result is pretty good. But I would love to see how your research started, like what were your real inspiration? Did you take some pictures? Did you look up for something on the internet? And then how does this really telephone looks like in general? Apart from it, I think, I mean, obviously other people have a bit more comments about things that I'm skipping for the moment. But the big thing that stands out, which is not working well for me, is how the handset is pretty modern and fresh. Like it has no scratches. And I feel that that's the one that I probably believe is the most used. So I would like to see more of that worn out look on that one. And as same for the glass is pretty intact as well.
Alex?
That's it.
Yeah. I second this. Definitely. So this is a really good piece of 3D modeling and texturing work. And the way you presented it is very solid. So I got all the information I would need as an art director from these works. You asked specifically how, what would we or what would you improve? My suggestion for this one is add a little bit of ground piece so that you can see that this phone booth is actually placed on the ground. Currently, the asset is on this neutral background, looks a little bit like it's floating, which is also because we have no drop shadows on the ground. I think with a little bit of improved lighting and some ground geometry, doesn't need to be much, probably just 50 centimeters, a little bit like a diorama where you cut the borders of this ground piece, but it helps to sell the whole piece, right? You get a better connection how it's grounded on the earth and with the environment. When it comes to the texturing work, I agree. Especially the hand piece would need a little bit of improvement. But in general, this is a very, very good piece of work. Olga?
Yeah, one minor drawback to go after my more experienced colleagues is that they have already covered a lot. But I would like to say that, first of all, I really enjoyed that piece. It's a really good one. I would like to say that if it's if this model is intended for a game, the low poly could be optimized a bit further. It's quite good overall. I'd give it a solid 4 out of 5, and the UV layout, in my opinion, looks excellent. Yeah, and I would also like to see maybe some roughness with finger smudges and maybe similar details on textures on the oh my god, I forgot the word. Please help me, someone.
You mean the handpiece, or the actual?
Yeah, and buttons and all this usable parts of this asset. Maybe some more close-ups, something like that. Yep, that's it.
Hey, so I'm mostly working on mobile games, so there's my expertise. But I can definitely say that first of all, it's a very nice technical work, and the texture and everything is very nicely done. Cannot judge on the topology, but I guess it's okay. But needs a little bit of optimization, as it was said. I would agree with everything that was said, and maybe give a little bit on direction of how to improve the presentation and add this interesting lighting. And the rest is to add a little bit of story, a little bit of drama there, because there is an attempt with this can of Coke there. Maybe we could even, increase the drama and make that like the handpiece hanging, like somebody had a very intense conversation, then decided to just drop the phone and leave. And there's I don't know, like a piece of I don't know, torn paper or something like that there, a squashed flower on the ground, something that like a few small details that would make everything a bit more interesting, and this and provide this dramatic light, maybe a street light next to it that would kind of light the scene in a very interesting way. So there's always a way to just add a few little pieces that would increase the drama and make the story but more interesting and grab the eye of the whoever tries to evaluate your piece a bit more. So I guess that's it for me.
Nice, thank you. Moving on. Next, we have Tony. Tony, thank you for submitting. This is Tony's portfolio, and this is the art piece. And Ivan, if you don't mind, let's just go this order up.
Okay, starting now. So I actually remember probably your portfolio. I'm not sure if I reviewed it last time in live. I see some improvements, at least in terms of, I'm not sure if I saw this piece. I'm not sure. I don't remember it, but I think there's a better color design that what I see comparing to at least what I think I saw earlier. There's a bit more of I don't know, more bold choices. Let's put it like that. What I would like improve, like think about improving in this particular piece, which is very good. There's nice thinking there for sure, and I can definitely imagine this in the games like I don't know, Elden Rings or something like this, an initial character. I would work a little bit more on cleaner shapes and trying to incorporate a bit more readable kind of geometry into how this character is presented is one thing. And if we talk about the presentation of the character, also put it in a context. Where do you imagine this specific piece? For example, if you there is this kind of environment, but since we are working with media, it would be nice if you would take kind of piece of that media. It might be like a frame of the movie or like a screenshot of the game. If you would put it there and test it against the environment that it is kind of you're aiming for, that would be very nice. But yeah, the one small thing also, since it's a concept art, it's just a general note, maybe it's nice if you can kind of render all the materials and stuff, but I think if we talk about the concept art, shape, their color design are more important. And if we talk about the materials, I think the rendering engine basically does that work for you. I could just provide like little references for the materials on somewhere in the corner and just put arrows and stuff. That would take away some resources that you would need to spend for rendering, and you could spend those on iterating more on shapes. I guess that's it from me. Thank you.
Olga?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in 2D art, so I can't give too much feedback on the style. I just want to say that I really like the character idea. It's very creative. And as a 3D artist who would be working from this concept, some details aren't fully clear to me. For example, the armor on the right arm holding the sword, how exactly is it attached? I'm also not entirely sure how the dagger is secured to the back. A concept should first and foremost be understandable and functional. And in one of the images, we see that the hero's sword and arm are on fire, which has burned part of his cloak. And yet the top cover appears fairly intact. It looks like chainmail, I think. But there are leather elements and what seems to be fur, if I'm interpreting it right, which appear relatively untouched. So in my opinion, this doesn't feel very consistent. Yep, that's it.
Alex?
Yes. I agree with Olga and Ivan. So this is really, really good and really extended concept art. So actually way more as you usually have as a concept art for a character. You end up with one or two pieces and you spend a lot of extra work in creating all these extra renders. And I really appreciate the effort you spend in this. So this is great work. What I would like to see is definitely a boost close up face and detail shot of the upper body to get a little bit more insight on how accurate details needs to be modeled and how they look. So this is what I would like to see. In general, following up, Olga, what I can say is you should ask yourself always, if I'm a 3D artist, can I work with this piece of art I created, or do I end up in certain situation where I need to figure out something in 3D? So if you have this in mind, this helps a little bit. And yeah, you asked about your major weakness. I think the concept art pieces are all perfect in the way you present them. I think the weakest image I see on this page, Oleg, can you scroll down a little bit to the key art? So this, no, back to the image above. Yeah, this one, stop. So this is a good example of how such a great character you created in all the concepts and showed in such detail gets a little bit lost in this very dark and very foggy environment. Well, this is actually I call it key art because it kind of sells the whole concept and as an additional piece. But you covered a lot of areas with Steam, and the background is a little bit tricky, judging from perspective and lighting. So these are things I would definitely spend a little bit more time while looking at potentially artworks you really like and are fascinated by. You found on ArtStation or on other portfolios where you have similar scenery, and try to figure out what they have in different. So what I would potentially would do is remove the forest entirely, having a more open landscape to get a better silhouette and sharper lines on the edge of the characters. And the flames on the sword, as Volker mentioned, is definitely also potentially something where you could take another look at. So that's
On my side, I would like to encourage you to try and elevate your fundamentals on all the components of this pipeline. You have to think from the perspective that some of the stuff is what you're doing for your portfolio and portfolio pieces, but then some of the other directions are more for your skill development. And in those cases, I would encourage that you focus strongly on one component at a time. It's up to you on how much of areas that you want to rework on as you want to elevate your standards. This is more of a portfolio piece where you have tried to do everything, but I kind of like, from my eyes, I personally see that there's lots of rooms of improvement from pretty much everything, from the anatomy, the proportions, the choices of how you have treated the costume, the folds, the rendering in general, the use of textures. And again, as a concept art piece, yes, like maybe it's more about communication to the next in line, like the production people, on whether they can translate your design. In that case, in fact, I don't even seek to see that much of like texture and lighting and stuff. Like it's more about communication, and that you can communicate in whichever way, which you are doing here nicely. But if you are not doing it very correctly, some hiring managers can misjudge you from your abilities are not to par with the standard that they have as a baseline. So what I will encourage is keep your portfolio work going like the way it is going here, but at the same time, start doing some smaller exercises where at one point of time, you are just focusing on one thing. Like I will here work only on my anatomy. In the other one, I'll just basically focus on the lighting and like staging. And in the third one, I will think about textures and stuff like this. And then you're focused, you are even researching about it and trying to do it. Because right now, I personally feel that there are, the important area for you to work on is the sense of volume and 3D staging. Because when we work on a smaller detail and we are painting everything out there, like you are eye isolation, you're looking at a component, but you're not thinking from the whole design on from where the light is falling, what are the areas which will fall into shadows and will not represent that kind of attribute. Because at the moment for me, like everything is quite noisy as I go forward, and everything has lots of strong texture, which I don't feel the need for.
Thank you. Let's move on. So Kirilo, thank you for submitting. This is the portfolio, and this is the art piece. And this time around, let's start again from Shiraj.
All right, cool. So this is great work. I really enjoyed looking at it, and the original concept is by a friend of mine. I also like that you have described that in the beginning. So that initial brief is pretty good to read. The model is great. It looks very nice, and it respects the originality. If you want to open Oleg, you can open it. Otherwise, like people can see it later. The stuff. And it's also very well presented. There are examples of how the wireframe look, how the turnaround look like. There's like close-up of headshot. So pretty much everything is very, very beautifully presented in a very professional way. The thing that I feel is that the values and saturations are fighting a bit against each other, especially when I go and look at the original concept that you kind of like followed. I feel that the browns and gold can be a bit more muted, so they can be a bit more desaturated and dark, because right now they kind of like had the same values overall ongoing. And the blue accents can also be muted. I felt that was also something that is going to help your design and lead the eyes overall. Also, the lighting and shadows can also improve. I did not see the presence of that. Like with the hood, there was a very interesting treatment of the shadow going over on the top of the head. The hood was also coming out a bit. I would love to see that kind of like range going on in what was there on the concept. And Oleg, if you can scroll toward the very top, like maybe the first key image. Yeah, so if you now compare this with your concept, you will see that in the concept, there were lots of really good artistic decisions done by the artist, where the eyes were leading, like the audience eyes were leading to the main thing that they wanted to show, like basically the eyes Even the small face mark which she has, if you will see on the concept, it was much more curved. In a way, it was leading the natural eyes towards the eyes, and everything, like including the belt which was hanging there and the small attachment, they all point toward the central composition of the head. I feel that we lost that a bit. And lastly, I'd see there's a lot of stylization going on, which is very accurately captured. So there's that edginess which is in the design, which was there in the concept. But the fur is a bit off from that. Like it doesn't have that kind of edgy vibe which I saw in the concept. And maybe you could have treated that white fur a bit more strongly stylized. That's it for me.
Alex?
Yes. Yes. So this is a really good work. So I really like this character, and I'm a huge fan of stylized, painterly looking games. I played World of Warcraft for years. So I really was enjoying this piece. I don't have actually not much to say what I would like to improve here. My thoughts were she's lacking a little bit of emotions, in my opinion. She's looking very straight and looking a little bit empty. And while this is the initial starting piece where you introduce this character on your portfolio, the first image could have a little bit more, let's say, a slightly better slightly better pose as an introduction, a little bit more emotions on the face, especially the eyes and the lips. And on the lips, I think they are a little bit too saturated for my taste. So I would tone them down. They are when I look at the overall color values we have here, so everything is already kind of desaturated except the blue, but the red is definitely very strong. So this is something I would tone down a little bit, and potentially a highlight spot in the eyes. But this is very minor. So in general, really good work. Olga, you're muted.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I agree with my colleagues, and this piece looks really great. I think you've captured the essence of the concept really well. Since this is a stylized character, you have more freedom to enhance the shapes, which I would take advantage of. And the UV layout, in my opinion, is really excellent in terms of optimization. I would consider optimizing the low poly further. I mean, leaving smaller details to the texture. And I would also enhance the texture itself to give it more impact. I would deepen the folds and refine the edges of various parts to make them stand out more. Also, the orb on the staff looks like more detailed compared to other parts. Some parts of her textures looks a bit flat to me. So the orb looks really nice, and I would like to see her more like that. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Hey, not sure if I also saw your portfolio before, but this is a very good portfolio piece, especially if you plan on working with some stylized characters and applies to some studios. I think like 2 or 3 works like that already is a very good set for a good start for getting some position somewhere. In terms of, there's a couple of comments in terms of a presentation, and it's not like a critique, it's more like an advice how to improve it. First of all, maybe try a couple more poses to show, like if you rig that character, if there's rigging, how well does it work in different poses as well. Since you've put it in a T pose as well, I think it might not be rigged, but that's a different question. But yeah, again, I would work a little bit on the materials. I have some reservations about the hair material, like how shiny it is, how plasticky it is, or maybe it's just again about the color or about the shape, kind of clarity, because it gets a little bit mushy in some references, and that edge between the where the braids are kind of stops, it looks a little bit unresolved in terms of topology. There's a little bit weird kind of behavior of the light there. They're not entirely flat, and you also don't understand what's happening there too well. But it's a very minor detail. I'm actually nitpicking because the piece is really good. And the final thing, to agree with the previous comments, that some color work would be nice, some little tweaks here and there, but in general, it's a very good piece. And if you would add a couple more like this, just using a very strong designs for your portfolio pieces, I think it will result in a very good thing. Maybe also, think about if you can make some kind of a bit the presentation of the orb a bit more light, because now, since it's not a 2D but 3D, maybe some movement and maybe some slight animation to the orb, or the effect of this kind of magic water could also improve the presentation of this specific piece. But in general, it's really cool. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for blabbering.
Thank you, Naime. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And the art piece is Barbarian. Ivan, do you want to start?
You're muted. Ivan? We can't hear you.
Now I found the button. Yes. So I think I actually looked at your portfolio. You're a really strong illustrator, and I think this piece kind of supports the whole idea of you being a very nice and strong fantasy illustrator for sure. And this design is also pretty strong and consistent. Not too many comments there. I love the shapes. I love the color separation and how clean kind of the whole character is in terms of kind of this you can define what part of the body it is, so it's be really easy to recognize. So not too many comments there. Again, I would think more about putting in the context of the media that is going to be used, because it's nice to have this key art. But me as a game artist, I love to see the characters in the environment they are working with and the camera angle they are working in. So that's the ultimate kind of test for your designs. But outside of that, I don't have too many comments. This is a very cool work, and I'm a little bit envious. So just I would like you to review some of my things. So this is a very nice work. Yeah. That's it for me.
Olga?
Yeah, I agree with Ivan. Not much to say here. In my opinion, it's a well-designed concept, visually appealing. I don't have any questions regarding the materials or their functions. Everything reads totally clearly. The only thing I suggest is the rear view. Judging by what I can see, it looks like there is just a loincloth and fur in the back, but my colleagues might have additional insights. I would like to work on such a concept. That's what I can say.
Yeah, so this is great job. So this is a really interesting and great character you painted, and I really like all the details, and I like the scenery where you place the character, and especially like the lower samples where we see a little bit of the process how you created this character. So this is good presented, and the quality is really good. When it comes to the key art on the top, my thoughts is it looks a little bit equalized. So all tones. I mean, this is an ambient light situation, and usually things look like this. but for the key art piece, you could try to drop in some hard shadows, potentially while having the sun coming from the left top. Oleg, can you scroll up a little bit so that we can look at the key art piece? So I see the sunspot clipping through the clouds, and so what you could do, adding some highlight spots on the metal pieces. Well, metal is very reflective, which means the ground is very dark, so you could try to increase just the values with adding more white and more black slightly, so that metal looks even more like metal. And yeah, some hard shadows on the right side. All in all, I really love this piece, and I don't have much more to say.
Well, pretty much everyone said all the valid things, and I love this piece as well. It's pretty good and well done. So good work. The stuff that I would say is something like what picking up from Alex, like thinking about the light source and direction, and thinking about the 3D staging, because when we start to work on one area and then we are painting and putting all the details, sometimes we lose on that overall communication of which forms are backward, which forms are forward, which forms are like between these two legs. Like I know that there's a bit more ambient lighting that you're going for, but there's still some areas where you can keep the focus on and put away the focus a bit off from there. Like for example, Oleg, if you can scroll towards the bottom and then look at these 4 thumbnails. I find that, I don't know if the first piece is what you have on the top, absolutely, but between these process stages, like if I look at the second image, there is a really nice amount of focus coming on the top part, the head and the chest and the part. And then the first image has really good darker values on the first image, on the legs and all. And maybe I might probably like overlap both of them and mask it a bit. So the second image top area will be the one where I would highlight the head and then the chest and body, and then let it go darker as it goes towards the bottom. And this way my audience eyes will lead into the eyes, and they will not really immediately require to look at the rest of the stuff. And then there are couple of weak areas or problem areas that I just want you to be mindful about if you can. Oleg, if you can go to the top once again, please. There are two things which I immediately felt that they're not right. One is the hand length. I think the left hand and the right hand length are not evenly balanced. The right hand is pretty long. Like imagine if you had to pivot the elbow and then rotate and make it centered, and then let the forearm drop off and then the hands drop off. I think it might be pretty long as compared to the short length of the left hand that you have going on there. So be watchful about that, like how you are treating it. I think maybe the left hand is a bit too short given where the knee is. And then the second thing is how the sword is resting on the shoulder. Like I can kind of like feel that the whole fur is very fluffy and left out, like as if the sword is probably resting, or not even resting, but a bit behind the shoulder and not at all taking the cushion and then the form on the fur.
Alrighty, thank you. Let's move on. We have Matthias, and yeah, it's a little bit different art piece now. So Sharash, you want to start?
Yeah, of course. So, of course, like you said, it's a bit different, and in order to even give more meaningful feedback, it might take probably a bit more time to spend time on it. And also, I mean, like, of course, I have influence on pretty much everything on the pipeline, but I'm not the best animation director, kind of like reviewer for the moment. But based on your showreel, I think it showcases pretty much all the good examples. Like when I look at it, there is blocking, there is cleanup, there is all of these kind of like movements and stuff. And they're very functional for any hiring manager in an animation studio for games, particularly to judge your skills. So the only one point that I would try to make out here right now is I think I'm missing the secondary animations, like secondary movement. I felt that not just in this piece, but even some more piece in your entire showreel. So keep some opportunity for some of the stuff, like for example, the hair, like here, really long hair, and they can really follow a very interesting trail as like, for example, when the character is dropping down, then the hairs could have delayed and then come up from the straight and gone here. I don't feel them happening as much here altogether. So that's something that you can look at, but otherwise very good work. The timing and everything is pretty good.
Yes, I definitely agree. For me, this is amazing. I enjoy really looking at animations like this. So this is, in my perspective, really outstanding work. What you did here, but I have 2 points, which are for me as art director very important. When I would have found you on ArtStation before, there's zero description, and I get zero information what this piece is about. Of course, you are showing this to us now, but as a general, people who find you on ArtStation will get no information. This is just for you personally. Did you make it out of fun? Are you applying for someone? So this is very important, at a proper description always, and not just a few lines. Try to explain really what you did and what what for complications also you had. This is very interesting also for people who are going to hire you. Everybody can have a polished piece of art or animation in his portfolio. Well, no one knows how long it took and what kind of complications they run into. So if you describe this a little bit, this helps. And what I would like to see is close-ups. So this character is very tiny on the screen, while you could add more pieces while showing the animations on a let's say on the turntable or on a board where you have the movements as single separated movements, but show them on a larger scale. So this is also interesting. That's it from my side.
Yeah, I literally don't know anything about animation, and I'm just an outside observer here. And all I can say that I really like it. It looks really smooth and funny and interesting. Just really good animation to me. That's it.
Hey, really good work. There's the one of the biggest pluses I see sometimes when the work of animation is not strong. Some of the movements are kind of unresolved, and you're trying to hide it somewhere, because you don't know what to do with it, and you kind of hide it in some a bit awkward way. This is like in details resolved animation. There's 2 comments I have to this. First of all, since the character is stylized, I miss a little bit more of stylization of movements, because like in my opinion there's like shape language, for example, and like this classical approach with like triangular, round and squarish shapes, and I think this also applies to animation. Animation is also part of the character design, and this character is very streamlined, is very sharp and triangular, and there is a part of a few like moments in the animation, for example, when it lands and gets into this stance, which are actually a bit more stylized than the rest of it. And it's I would like the character to be more like that, more the quicker movements in some places, so more differences between when you kind of hang it in suspense a little bit and then like like a how do you call it, like a slingshot, when you stretch it and then you really quick movement. And I also would work some in between poses, for example, when it goes down to landing, like stretch the character a bit more, like a bit more emphasis, a bit more exaggeration of certain things. Or for example, when the character jumps from the wall as well, we could do a bit more of that, like kind of cat like stretchy, very beautiful in between movement. So that would improve this for sure, but it's already very good. There's a lot of potential there to create even better animation. And as it was mentioned before about the presentation, I believe also the animator is a little bit of a storyteller, at least a little bit, and a director. So learning to work with cameras sometimes is a little bit can give you more advantage. For example, you can give like the overall view of that situation, and then maybe have a few more cameras, like the footage from a few more cameras, like that would deliver some details that are not visible in this specific kind of a wide angle thingy. Those are the two only comments from my side. Very strong work, for sure.
Thank you. Moving on. Fatima Castro. Fatima, thank you for submitting. This is the portfolio and this is the art piece. Ivan, do you want to start?
Yes, I can start. So I love the progs for sure. I really love their simplistic shapes and the textures, like how simple are the texture on the progs, and this neat texture on their sweaters is amazing actually, and I really love that. I miss a little bit of the very clever solutions from the environment here, even though like color-wise it's amazing. Design-wise, it's a little bit lacking, you know, like it doesn't support the characters in the way I would like it to support. Maybe a bit more contrast between very simplistic kind of solutions for the characters, maybe more noisy in terms of shapes, the environment, or a bit more solutions, a bit more story here and there. Because right now it kind of it seems like it doesn't correspond to how well the characters are made, but in general it's a very good work. I'm just a bit kind of getting attached to this piece specifically because I really love the characters, and I would like, if I had time, which I never do, I would sit down and work a little bit on the designs for this camp, because I think that there's so much potential in those characters, how they live and what tools they can use to basically cook those mushrooms, to pick up those mushrooms, how they would make that tent, or what kind of forest they live in, what kind of river. This is just like a little bit kind of, you took a very huge kind of task for yourself in terms of generating that environment, and it's a lot of design work, to be honest. And it shows that like maybe not enough resources are spent on the environment, at least not as much as on the character. So yeah, I would just think about maybe leave a little bit the characters from aside for the time and think about the environment. But in general, this is a very already like a good direction in terms of color and in terms of stylistic kind of solution and choices here. But I don't have any more specific to say, but I love the character for sure. Thank you.
Olga?
Yeah, I also have nothing much to say here because it just looks adorable. I love frogs, one of my favorite animals in the whole world, and the style is super cute. Just a really nice, pleasant piece of art. I cannot say anything bad about it. Just enjoy.
Yes, I agree with Ivan and Olga. So I really enjoy this. So this is beautiful, and what I especially like is that you work very cohesive when it comes to designing the environment. Even if Ivan pointed out there's a small gap between the style of the characters and the style of the environment, I think especially on the environment you did a great job while making things work together. So finding the balance, while getting a little bit closer towards the character, I think is important, and blending them a little bit better into the environment. I also like that you have all these nice callouts and details on the props you created for these scenes and the bottom of this this portfolio work. Your question was if these assets are actually working for a AAA game. And there I would say definitely not. So this is AA quality for sure. For AAA, they are just it's too simple. There are details missing, and especially I think on the way you presented it. So actually, Oleg, can you scroll up to the very first piece? So this is the initial image, and this is something I like to tell my artists always is, so if you present something, make sure the first piece and the last piece are the best pieces you show, because this is where you start, and the last piece is where you end, and these are the pieces where you look the longest, and these should be definitely eye-catching and have interesting camera angles, but also interesting light situations. And for this, I would say try to improve the initial first image while finding a kind of cinematic approach. You can use all these nice features from Unreal. I think it was done in Unreal or in Blender. No, Unreal Engine. So there you could use depth of field, play around with a volumetric fog, adding more environment objects, just play around while watching Studio Ghibli movies and very closely and see, okay, they try to capture in every scene they have in each movie a specific camera angle. So every scene sells the whole movie. And if you have this in mind, this could really help improving selling this piece. But great job, definitely.
I agree with all the feedback, and yeah, I really like this piece as well. Pretty good work. The things that I would like to add, which were maybe like the only things I can say after everything has been said, is that I would like to see the inspiration, because you described about that you have got inspired from Frog and Toad series, and some people may not know it. So, and it's also nice as a gesture and habit to link to your references and the original creators, either like if they are on ArtStation or if there's a web page, so linking that it, or even including here and crediting the work, so someone can see how you inspired from Frog and Toad series, and then how did you adopt those designs into here. So that would be nice. And I feel that there is some good 3D haze in your 3D previews, which is missing in the key render. I think the saturation and contrast gets a bit more stronger on your render as compared to the nice and soft haze that's coming on the 3D preview. And I would like to retain that kind of atmospheric depth and haze is very cozy, and it's very satisfying to see in the 3D work. And you can consider that a bit onto your key renders as well. Because the important point is about where we want to put the focus on the eyes of the audience. And in that case, the distant objects are pretty good, well hazed out, but these bigger blocks are probably a bit distracting for me. And I would like to see how I can make the read of these characters better. Like, for example, moving the tent a bit and then seeing if that gives the male frog a bit more clear read. Or, for example, the wooden stack that you have, the stuff that you have here, it's currently pointing towards an unnecessary area. Of course, there's also this fireplace that it's pointing to, but maybe I would try to bring it a bit more away from the stool that she's sitting on, and then rotate those wooden stack towards the composition, like towards the character, because that is currently going very horizontal and trying to make me look on the right side, like the shadows as well. So in those cases, like just making those kind of like judgment, I really value when people are successfully able to achieve what the audience should look at and what they are trying to communicate. So that can be good, but it's great work. Also, the golden hour kind of effect is a bit missing. I believe that's golden hour because the length of shadows and everything. So in that case, I would expect a bit more warmth, especially on the corner, that kind of like burning orange bleed that can happen. That can be nice.
Thank you. Moving forward, Yurai, thank you for submitting. This is the portfolio and this is the art piece. Sharash, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So pretty good work. There are some Zelda vibes here with the way you have treated the bushes and everything, and it's also stylistically very nice and how you have treated the design and everything. The only thing that I feel the most prominent is that the blacks are a bit too dominant. I mean, right now in the screen share, it's a bit hazed out, and the video is also very well balanced. But when I look at the renders on the bottom, the blacks were a bit too strong. And because you are going for a cozy environment, this doesn't give me that cozy feel as well. It makes me a bit more because there's lots of triangles, right? Like it's already a lot of like stuff that is intense and that kind of like thing. So if the blacks were not as dominant, it will give me a bit more cozy vibe overall. So I feel that the stuff is a bit more overexposed on some areas, and that's not probably problem of your work in general, because when I went over your portfolio, like especially the Hills of Steel project, it has really good balance. I quite enjoyed it, but in this case, the contrast is a bit strong for me for the cozy feel that you are trying to aim for. That's it.
Yes. So I really like dioramas. So I like to go to Sketchfab and search especially for these kind of pieces. And I just love how they work, because it's actually like an image I can all the time rotate in 3D and discover new areas. So I think you did this in a really good way. It captures the feeling of a diorama. It looks nice. I agree with Shiraj that ambient light could be way stronger for the dark sides. This helps to sell this piece definitely. So you asked two questions. So what would I change, and would this piece be enough to for someone to see as you are as artist for environment and prop modeling? So the answer to your first question, what I would like to change is, or what I would change is, I would make it as a typical diorama is square or spherical, bring it into these proportions. While we have this slightly boxy, longer shape, makes it hard while you rotate it in 3D to look at stuff or all the same stuff in a certain way, while you end up in the front of the box. You see a narrow landscape and you see a wide landscape. So bringing this into square format, I think this could help to sell the piece way better. And to answer your second question, I think yes. So you captured the stylized environment, and I can see all your modeling skills. I don't think they are characters, are they? No. Which means this is something which could help introducing characters in a kind of shape. But yes, great work. Okay. Yeah,
you're muted.
Oh no. I'm going to be useless here again because I'm more like a character artist and don't know much about environment. But this art piece looks really nice to me. I love this bright colors. I would like to play a game which presents such style. I really like how the water looks here. I would maybe work more on the clouds because to me they look a bit flat compared to other piece. But I think that's it. Just a beautiful, very nice piece of art.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to criticize a little bit the. I would feel myself useless here, but not a good thing to say about yourself. But yeah, about the piece itself, it's a very kind of cozy piece, and there's a nice kind of an overall kind of feeling about there and good vibe. What I would do, first of all, yes, to address the lighting, which is a bit too harsh, and I think even black shadows are very kind of dirtying up the colors. What I usually do on this kind of pieces, I work on the, like, for example, if I work in Blender, there's there's a way to change the world color, which changes the color of the shadows, and also you can make it lighter, so there's a less harsh shadows there. Maybe even make a bit softer light, so the shadows are not that sharp. And that's a good way to introduce a bit more color to the environment and have those a little bit more vibrant without over kind of exposing the whole piece. That's the one thing. Second thing, I feel like there are some very good places in that specific model, and there are some places that are a little bit unresolved. Again, I love that word. I know, I'm sorry, I mentioned it a few times, but some of those places are kind of for example, the place with two chaiselongs on the shore, like kind of, and the boats. They're a little bit too simplistic, in my opinion. I wouldn't treat it as one piece. I would treat it as a playground for showcasing like a design for a few pieces. So I would take like 2 to 3 key points in that diorama and work a little bit more on the design of those objects. And even when presenting this diorama, I would put the whole diorama, maybe a couple of renders, and then I would make like the separate presentation, close-up, separate renders of those assets. And how those assets look when they're rendered separately would be a very good kind of test for them. Like, is this design good enough? Is it like a nicely kind of isn't it just like a simple shape, or there's actually design solutions there, visual development happened. So when you put those pieces out of the diorama, they start to work separately. And then when you like work on those a little bit more and bring them back, you will see how there's like a bit more like interesting places in your diorama. And this is like it gets a bit more interesting to look at it and just like navigate your eyes from one point to another. That would be probably my main comment here. Otherwise, it's a very good work and very nice vibe from the piece.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, Vilma, thank you very much for submitting. And this is the portfolio, and this is the art piece. Ivan, you want to start?
Yeah. So this is kind of looks like a beginning of the concept work. And there's like a few comments here. Like, I see it as a very good and strong beginning for somebody who is looking for a job as a concept artist. There's also kind of what I see here is like an attempt to fit few roles at the same time, which is, if we talk about the portfolio strategy, maybe not the best one. I would make decisions whether you want to like develop yourself as at least from the point of view like efficiency of the portfolio. Do you want to develop as a concept artist or as a 3D character artist? Those are two different roles with a lot of different like deep kind of details to learn. And when you like it kind of like have a war on two sides, like when you try to fight two opponents at the same time, it's like complicating and like how do you call it, keeping you back a little bit further. So that would be the first thing. If we talk about the concept work, I would also kind of think about shape design, shape appeal, kind of those kind of improvement. There's some flow of anatomy, also looks for some improvement. In terms of the character itself, I see that you have a lot of kind of a narrative foundation there, which is really nice. That can be a very interesting character, and I would really love kind of your shape and visual solutions to support those very nice ideas that are described in the text. Also, it's just like if we go from like a beginning to the end, like shapes could be a little bit more stronger. This is a good foundation, but we need to like a little bit pull everything a bit higher. Shapes, a little bit anatomy, some like a flow of movement and color designs. If you would kind of go there and improve those, this would be a very cool piece. And then your stories behind your character would be stronger. And if we talk about the character modeling, the presented thing is also a good start, but maybe not a kind of ideal representation of a character design or kind of portfolio piece. Let's put it like that. So I would choose the focus first, and then would push on that focus a bit more. That would be my main comment. Thank you. Sorry if I was harsh.
Olga?
Yeah, to answer your first question, I think you should focus on just doing what you love the most. So that's the key, achieving what you want. In my opinion, the secret is to spend as much time as possible doing what you love. If you love concept art, do concept art. If you love 3D, do 3D. So it's the only thing you need to think about, actually. It's just your choice. And also, in my opinion, this I would say that the shapes and proportions are stronger in the concept than in 3D. So to me, it looks like it looks like the concept and the 3D model were done by different artists. Because the concept seems to have better grasp of shapes and anatomy, and that sense didn't fully translate to the 3D version, in my opinion. But the concept really looks promising, I think. So I would spend more time detailing it, because here again, I cannot understand what the materials are, how they work, and all such things. Yep, that's it.
Yes. I like this character, but I agree, especially with Ivan, on what he said. So this is clear work in progress piece, and I try not to get influenced by my own personal taste, but I have the feeling so this character needs more attention on some areas. So while taking what Ivan already said by side is so try to keep focus on one thing, and like Olga mentioned, what you love. This is very important, and this helps to get better in one area. Well, I know from personal experience that if you try to focus on multiple areas, well, you want to try out different things, you might end up in a position where nothing looks really good or nothing looks really bad. So it's a hard choice to make, definitely. But you can make the choice while figuring out, what you love. When it comes to the character design, what I wrote down for my personally is not 100% sure. So this looks to me like a male body, but the head attached looks very female and very feminine. And there I have a little bit problem reading the character. So this is fighting a little bit in my head. So there I would potentially try to adjust this a little bit, equalize the concept. And I think, with a little bit of extra work, this could become a really good concept art for your portfolio. Could try to remove the pieces which are unfinished, polish one or two pieces, and have a better visibility and better impact, I would say. That's it.
On my side, pretty much all the points have already been said, so I'll just stress on some of the stuff that I feel are very important, especially what Alex started to talk about the the female head and then the body is a bit confusing and it's difficult. It's not that females cannot be muscular, and then maybe you have to research that a bit more, but it's a bit confusing, and there are some choices that you are making on the arms and then the stomach and then the legs, which are really not correctly corresponding to the gender that you're going for. I also feel that the head is pretty generic. There is some stylization, interesting, even in 3D version. If you scroll down, maybe the front view has some of that component captured well with the shape. Maybe we can just look at the head upwards, the 3D head, a bit more upward. Yeah, here the front view is interesting. Like the shape, I kind of like get there, but on the side it kind of like squeezes and it goes like as if I have pulled this in this direction. So those are the things that you have to be watchful about, especially also the same point about the female male. Like if we go more bottom to the nude 3D model here, maybe no, in the 3D, just a bit more upward on the 3D. Yeah, here. I can see that there is some suggestion of female structure that is coming in if I look at those smaller thumbnails upward, but they kind of like got lost when you put the costume on the design, and that's something that is confusing for me. So one thing which I feel overall is I think you are focusing too much on the presentation part of your work, which is good. Everyone should do well presentation of their skills, but maybe you are rushing to focus too much on in the beginning part when you are really thinking, exploring, and deciding on choices, and stuff is going very like. If we go to the first sketch on top, there's a lot of focus on very clean design and lines and everything to look very strong and nice. But there are some random choice which are like completely unclear for me. For example, the hammer in general, like I see that the right hand is on a right angle, so the arm is resting on the body, and then the forearm is completely coming forward, and then from that there is a horizontal line dropping to the hammer. But then I believe that this is a rectangle shape, right? It's not like a thin shape or whatever. So I assume that this is like a stone block, but I can't feel the 3D presence of this thing with the leg interaction, because if the hand is coming forward but the wooden stand is not in the perspective, then I can't believe that this is backward, and then the overlap of that 3D volume with the right foot is not working for me. So focus more on your rough scribbles, try to get that more correctly in that feel, and then worry about those things more than jumping into, I don't know how many iterations you did until you started to decide that I can clean this up now, but don't rush to the cleaning part that much and focus a bit more on the initial beginning.
Thank you. We need to speed up a little bit. We have a couple of more left. Yes.
Can I add one more? I know it's just like I really don't want like Shiraj and the other speakers to get cancelled. Like we're just like, yeah, make it a female or a male. I want to just like a bit kind of a clarify what they mean. It's not about making this character like very kind of iconically gender representative. It's about clearing up the story. It's about if you create a female character that is very masculine, there's still ways to show to bring that clarity, what it is, or kind of tell that story in a way that actually compelling and supports your point. And something that here maybe is not present yet. So maybe there's a way to develop some kind of tool that supports your story even stronger. So everybody who is like watching at your character understands like, okay, this is what you want to feel. You can like maybe even challenge the gender, like a norm and how they're represented. So like bring it a little bit more, and instead of confusion, to bring the clarity and deliver your idea in a very clear way. But we're not kind of trying to right now to advocate for a very kind of rigid and a bit weird approach from the past. Yeah, we are about story clarity. Sorry.
Good. Moving on. Felipe, thank you for submitting. This is the portfolio and the art piece.
All right, so my turn, right?
Yes.
I think this is really a very good piece. The brief is great. I enjoyed reading the entire paragraph. It was very nicely presented. Even the whole presentation is pretty good. It has all the stuff that I wish to seek, like turnaround, wireframe, process, key shots, your intentions of what you're trying to create. The thing that I personally feel, if I compare this turnaround versus your key renders on the top, I think in this turnaround, the lighting is more clean to read for me for the shapes. Like I think that, for example, the way the hair casts the shadow a bit on the body, and then I can feel that sense of three-dimensional. Obviously, the saturation is missing because of the way the render have been created, but there is more interesting read here. But when I go a bit more upward, like for example, the key renders on the top where, Oleg, if you can scroll a bit more upward, and not this, but when there are more overlap, like yeah, for example here, it gets more noisy, and this is more difficult job, right? Because there's lots of volumes overlapping each other, and you require to have a good read. So here there is a slight amount of read missing overall as compared to what you got from the turnaround thing that you had at the beginning, at the bottom. And also, if you can scroll to the character select kind of screen, the one a bit more below. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. So for me, the focus is going away from head. Like there is a bit of dark light that's coming on the head, and my focus just immediately goes to the empty stomach and then the big belt. And in the beginning, like I will really see the focus for me come to the face and personality, because she's so expressive as a character that you have designed and well done on the geometry and modeling. Somehow I would try to have the emphasis come on the head overall. That's it.
Yes. So I agree. This is a nice character. I like the modeling. I like the stylized look and feel. I would like to focus on the way you present it in this portfolio. Is you have some really strong pieces, and I think the key art sells already really good the character on the top of the image. What I found out is, especially in the marmoset presentation, you have at the bottom, there are smoothing groups completely missing, and the eyes are black. So where you present something and put such a piece with the other pieces in your portfolio, make sure everything looks great. And double check if they are still working. Sometimes marmoset scenes break without reason. So this is important because this leaves a bad impression. What I enjoyed scrolling down and looking at all the single pieces, while I stopped at the marmoset presentation, while I was interested in looking at the character and rotating it, I was like, yes, this could be a little bit better. But in general, this is great work. Okay.
Yeah, I agree that this character looks really nice. I really liked the shapes of HypeHype, and I like the stylization. In my opinion, the low poly and UV could use a bit more work because they don't look optimized, especially the UVs. And I would probably work also on textures a bit more, especially on her hair, because on the base color it looks really flat. I think base color in general looks flat in that case. What I can say else? I think that's it.
So it's a good piece. It feeds in terms of a lot of points into to the IP you were aiming for. Definitely like good direction. There are some little things that if you would like resolve those, that would be definitely a Fortnite kind of level of a character. And those are, first of all, the color design, as was briefly mentioned, because color in this case is a very good tool to separate the pieces, like to make the character read cleaner. And for example, in this case, for the light hair might kind of interfere a little bit with the readability of the face, as Shiraj mentioned, and not create a clear separation and a clear kind of shape readability in that area. The hair itself, kind of in general, kind of modeling wise, some of the shapes could be a little bit more defined because there's some of the angle that are get a little bit mushy. I would also bring a little bit more strand separation to the hair, and maybe design it less symmetrical and more kind of a lively, kind of maybe just one kind of a strand of hair kind of being a little bit more mischievous than the rest of it. I'd really think about this six-pack, to be honest. Like I looked at all other characters in Fortnite. I didn't see the solution like that. I think it's a little bit off style, in my opinion, for Fortnite. It's like a very sudden detail increase that I kind of it feels a little bit inorganic for that specific style. And the last thing would be the materials. They're a little bit more plasticky than if you look at the Fortnite characters. There's a little bit more separation between, for example, I forgot the word, when it's like more or less reflective. Olga, can you help me? Is it the specularity? Yes, specular, like the specular part of the material that is like, there's a bit more variation in what the Fortnite people do. And like, for example, the hair, they try to take it a little bit away more. So they're more soft in appearance and less plasticky. And the same goes for different materials. They tend to have like more variations there. Fur definitely would have to be like less plastic, and there would be like more less specular, more roughness there. So working with the materials for the presentation would be nice. So in terms of like, if we take everything to summarize it, like a bit more clarity into shape modeling, maybe having some more separation in some details. Some details are a little bit questionable in that style. Materials and color design, that would help to improve readability on the character. That's a sum up my comment to this piece. But it's a very strong, like it's usually, where there's a very good piece, you see a bit more of like little things that needs to be changed for it to be like even better. So when we give a lot of this feedback, don't feel discouraged that your piece is bad. It's actually probably really good, and we are very rooting for it to become better. So that's it.
Nice. Thank you, Ivan. Only two more left.
1 moment.
Yes,
Sorry,
Olga,
if
yes.
you don't mind, I would like to answer the comment from chat about non-binary characters. The thing is, I understand what you mean, but the thing is, we have a lot of examples that it doesn't really work in game industry. I mean, sad examples. So yeah, if you want to present your work and find a good job, you should better do something more understandable for most of the people. Yeah, something like that. Unfortunately, it's it's sad, but it is what it is in industry.
It's a big question. Let's move it to the chat, because there's a lot of to unpack there. It's not a very straightforward answer kind of we can give, but I understand where the other person coming, where you're coming, but it's not an easy answer for sure.
I start to feel that I've taken already so long time from all of you. So two more. I know that these guys are waiting to hear the feedback. Jonas, thank you for submitting. This is the portfolio, and this is the art piece. Ivan, you want to start?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was in this, having this conversation about non-binary representation in my head. It's important issue. I'm like very supporting that question, and it's good that we're talking about it. So this piece specifically, I think it's a very good piece. It's a very good base again, and the comments I'm gonna say is because like I love the piece and I would like to push it a bit even more. The textures are very good. The overall atmosphere here is very cool. The only thing I really want to be something in that spotlight. I miss the details that would tell a stronger and more compelling story here. It's a very good environment, but something has to happen within that environment, and I miss that in this specific representation. Even I don't know, even a very kind of classic sword and a stone in that spotlight would bring a bit more depth to the whole kind of picture. Or I don't know, a book, or even something that is completely out of the place but that makes it a bit more interesting. Maybe a stylized phone booth from the first piece like brought here could be that dramatic thing that we were talking about in the beginning. But I love the textures. I really love this painterly approach. Maybe in terms of presentation also would be nice to see some topology. I don't think in this piece it was presented. But outside of that, it's a very good environment that I would like something to happen in it. That's it.
Yeah, I want to say that I really love textures here. That watercolor effect looks really nice. Another beautiful diorama to me. Really nothing much to say here. Beautiful, cozy, lovely textures. That's it.
So yes, this is a beautiful work, and what I find a little pity is it gets a little bit lost, and especially in the first image. And I repeat myself while talking about improving the first and the last piece of your presentation. Is I definitely would make sure that the first piece has, like I talked before, a little bit of cinematic flair to it, where you could have a really low camera pointing upwards and bringing everything more into, more to shine. But from the general work, it's outstanding good. What I would like to see is a little bit more insight on how these things actually look, especially in the wireframes. So if you can have in the bottom area adding some pieces where you show, okay, this is the wireframes or clay renderings. This helps in addition. But yes, thumbs up. So this is really good work.
Agree to everyone, and pretty good work as well. Most of my points are already being told, but the things that I feel are also striking are that you have a very good brief at the beginning. I quite liked it in the first place, like what you had. It provides a very good context, and also like I'll try to talk about the Cult of the Lamb inspiration that you have been trying to follow here. So that's nicely captured in your own style and treatment, which is pretty good. The one thing which is related to the ski art and the thing here, like the tree blocks are pretty huge, and they're pretty huge, but they're not that magical. I see a lot of these kind of like magical particles that you have at the bottom, which is like some sparkle, some glow, some flowing flowers. I would like to see them on the tree because they're just being like an ordinary generic trees on the top, and they don't have the enchanting feel that you have at the bottom with the little fountain and stuff like this. So that can be touched upon. Also, even like if you want to go back and respect the original source of Cult of the Lamb, maybe the water that you are flowing here can be more green. I think it's just pure blue right now, and I would try to contrast that a bit more with that green thing which you have, because right now it's blending a lot with the wall, and especially if I look at the top image, the first image, it feels like it's like a negative space, like I erased that area and then I'm seeing the water from the back side. So if it has to be blue, then it has to have more white, like a bit more stream flow versus static water flow. Otherwise, I would paint it into a bit more enchanting green. even the general blue outside, because of Cult of the Lamb inspiration, there can be a bit more greenish water overall, like a bit more turquoise. Even the outside one that can be a bit more green. But otherwise, I really like the fountain wall and the Aztec texture details. They're fantastic. I really enjoyed them. The right pole is a bit generic and not that exciting. So if you wanted to address a bit with the organizing of the textures in it, or maybe the way the leaves and everything are put on the one on the left one, it's a great piece, great work.
Thank you. And the last but not least, we have Georgi. Hope you're still here. This is the portfolio, and this is the art piece. Shiraz, you
So
want to start?
I can be pretty fast with this one, by the way, because to be very honest, I'm not the right person to judge this kind of work. It's not in the area I specialize in, so I want to save the time for everyone. The only thing which I would probably like to see is including your process, like what's your references, like if you have really followed a specific gun, like I can see here, I would like to see how your research work goes and how you're initially like follow something and then produce it. But apart from it, I'm not the best expert to probably comment on this, so I'll let other people speak. Thank you.
Yes, so this is really, really good work. Modeling and texturing. So this is top, and I don't see any flaws anywhere. So well, you could present it potentially in a slightly better way. So there are ways with adding a ground plane, having drop shadows and ambient occlusion and marmoset as an example, or in Blender to get a little bit more value. But actually, it's unnecessary because what you are selling is the weapon and the modeling of the weapon, and this is really, really good. About your question, so is the texture size too big, too small for games, for a junior without experience? Where should I go next with future portfolio pieces? So I was reading the comments and your description, and when I was reading this correct, you are using 10 texture sets. And straight answer, this is way too much. Definitely way too much. So while imagine the workflow, you add a new weapon into your project and you need to create 10 material instances to add the textures and assign it to just one asset. So I would try, as usual, as it is for games, to have a maximum of 2 texture sets. But I would say try even to go lower than 2 and try to bring everything onto just one texture. Try to figure out how low you can go as a minimum and how high you need to go as to keep your quality. To find a good balance. So in first-person shooters, usually texture sizes for weapons are reserved with 4K. So this is potentially what you should aim for. If it doesn't look good enough in 4K, potentially you need to use a few clever UV layout tricks where you could reuse the same UV layout mirrored. So these are just smaller things, but judging the piece of work is definitely great. And to answer the second part of the question, I think you answered your question already yourself. While creating such solid piece of work in technical design, in not industrial design, so weapon design. So go further and keep this mechanical style and create more pieces like this. So if this is what you love to do, that's from my side. Olga?
Yeah, actually, it's pretty same here. I mean, I don't know much about weapon. The first thing is that I can see is the dirt and wear are evenly distributed, whereas there should logically be concentrated in certain areas. And the second thing about quality of textures, it really depends on the game and how the weapon is viewed. In the game, most often only one side of weapon is visible, so you can increase the textile density on that side, especially around the scope or sidebars that are most visible. For example, barrel usually are the least visible, so you don't need to add big textile in there. Something like that. Yeah, and you usually use a lot of mirroring when you do weapon, because since it you can always see a weapon from only one side. Doesn't need to have unique texture for both sides. Yep, that's it.
Yes, it looks pretty realistic. It's a very detailed and thorough work for sure. And I think that the answer for your questions would depend on the usage of this model, whether it's a hero model or is it something else. So there's a lot of kind of additional information that is needed to answer your questions. Like it really kind of varies. Like I think when you are starting to work in the studio, there's usually a specific person that answers those questions for you, who in general kind of decides like how much of the like purchases and how much of the like visual video memory can be spent on one specific asset. So you will get those answered like very specifically, and the whole pipeline would be well defined when you come to the studio. So yeah, I would say just continue to make pieces like that. Maybe do an exercise and make a piece that you would push as low as you can in terms of like a vertex count and the texture like sizes. Just as an exercise, and maybe put it there as also like just telling I wanted to try to create the most optimized model, but still that like kind of keeps all of the how do you call it, realistic kind of details there. So, and I think that everybody would appreciate that in any studio. So, and if you would create a few more of the pieces like that, I think that would be a very good portfolio. Maybe also put your topology there, put your maps in the presentation as well. I'm not sure. Like I saw there's a like kind of you saw the checker, like how well you distributed the UV kind of stretching, and this basically it's very clear there. But showing your maps, showing your topology is I think it was their topology. No, I don't remember, but like I remember there were no maps, and that would be a good addition to it. And maybe some, because if it's a hero piece that has a lot of kind of texture space, maybe some animation, or at least like kind of some things that would show that you can in your model kind of support the animation of these key things, like those. I don't know the English name for those things, you know, when you pull the thing to open the chamber, and like it change the magazine of the weapon, those kind of things. So it's also supported within your models. Maybe just like a very simple animation would help as well. We talk about the improvement of the representation. That's it from me.
Yeah, I have one more thing to say about the weapon. My advice is to find a weapon from like Call of Duty, for example, a model from a game, and check how topology looks there and how textures looks there. I'm sure that it will you will learn a lot from this, and it can be very, very helpful, because you can see some things that you didn't even think can work like that. yeah, and it's really very helpful. I do it also sometimes for characters.
I am so grateful for all of you being here. I don't even dare to ask for anything more. We overrun the time, but I really wanted. I let all these artists know. I got email from all of them that they're going to be here listening to us. I want to thank you, Olga, Ivan, Shiraj, Alex, for being with us here. Yeah, there's a lot of questions, but I don't even dare to ask you to do anything. It's enough. I think I've recorded everything. We will have it released, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very, very much.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
See you next time.
Guys, if you are still with us and you still listen to us, look, I want to ask you for the feedback. There's a QR code in there, so if you're still watching, can you take a quick feedback session for me to understand what we can do better next time? Thank you.